Good afternoon. I'm on early as shit. I had to, though. It's going to be a long show tonight. I can feel it. So I'm like, you know what? I better get on early. Thank you to everybody who hopped on a little earlier than when I normally am on. And I want to thank everybody for the frickin' emails. You have allowed me to be able to not rush, pull my hair out, just to make this early show. You guys mean so much to me, seriously. Mama Bear, how you doing? Nice to see you. Cassie, Dre. I know people, hey Phantom. I love all those emojis, man. It's like a cartoon in chat. I know people aren't getting notifications here too. And it's crazy. I lost more subs after the show last night. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Thank you, Mama Bear. Made some peanut butter fudge. Ooh. I love peanut butter. Oh my god, that sounds good. Brownies. SRB, thank you. Thank you for your links as well, SRB. Means the world. Dre. Not a salmon fan. I'm not either. I'm not either. 5 weeks until Grandma gets to cuddle the new baby. Oh, I bet you all are excited. And I bet. Fingers crossed it goes quick for you. Snap of a finger. Fingers crossed. LG Gal, what's up? Haven't seen you for a while. He is guilty. I know. That affidavit is pretty fucking damning, isn't it? It's pretty damning. I was listening to some of it. We're going to go over it in today's show. I apologize if you heard it earlier, but hey, I'm a night show. What am I supposed to do? Hey, Kib Kitty. I know, thank you. Did everybody get a notification? I hope so. I don't know. I heard one bucket. Sorry, I'm getting to chat late here. Yeah, I know, Cassie. Isn't it crazy? Way more than we expected. I just got a little bit of it. I was working while I was listening to some of it, some other channels, going over it, and I didn't go over the whole thing, so yeah, it's crazy. What, 18, 19 pages, and there's redacted, right? I think there's some redacted stuff too. I'm gonna start off with the court arraignment. Just a 12-minute video, just to play it real quick so we can start the show with that. Then we'll get into the affidavit. Oh boy, I was shocked when I was hearing all this stuff today. I was like, okay, how is he so confident? When you let your cell phone ping all over those places? I don't know. I think a kid would even fucking know to leave the phone at home, you know? I'm surprised. I don't know. Something's weird. Something's really weird. And what's really weird to me? I have not even checked them yet, SRB. I will go into those in a second. Fingers crossed. I do have a lot of emails, so I'm sure if one doesn't, one will. The biggest thing to me is, how do you go 8 hours if you've seen the person in the property? How do you go 8 hours and then you call your friends and then you call 911? That's fucking weird. And that's no lie. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not saying somebody's involved. But son of a bitch, that 8 hours. 8 hours. I will put this out there. Koberger has killed before, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm still thinking this. I mean, I'm out on that limb. I know I am. I know I've been out on that cold, breezy limb for a while, but I just still feel like it's his first. I mean, come on, look at how sloppy he was. If that, I don't know. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in early. I appreciate it. I know it's a weird-ass time for me to get on, but you know what? I'm still going to end it at the same time. I'm going to have to get on early. Thank you again to everybody who sent me the links to help me out today. You saved an hour's worth, and actually, I didn't even have an hour's worth to fool around with, so it all worked out beautifully. I thank you so much for all you guys' help. Let me see here. Let's see here. We got Liam's Mama, Willow, SRB, Phantom. So before I go to that, let me play this. We're going to go in. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Okay, here it is. My bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was on the wrong damn tab. I have so many open right now. All right. Here's this. Now, this is KTVB. Let me click on their channel real quick. Yeah, I apologize. It's 5:30 here. But I'm like, man, this is... I feel like I have to end the show early every night, and this is one night I definitely do not want to feel like that. So I went ahead and doing an early show, another hour and a half on top of the normal. All right, let's watch this real quick. I just want to start it off with this. Now, I do have to say one thing. Looking at him like this, okay? I thought the dude was skinny as shit at first. Then when we were watching him walk and leave out of the courtroom in Pennsylvania, I was like, that dude's he's got some thickness to him, you know? And then I'm looking at this one and I'm like, damn, he looks skinny again. So I don't know. Yeah, most everybody's Eastern, and then there's a couple different shock and trauma. Do crazy things to people. Need to wait for trial. There's more. There's a story. I feel so sorry for her. There is always more to the story because there's redacted pages, and we don't even know what happened. And that is true. Shock and trauma do crazy things to people. And I'm not saying they don't, but we're, again, talking about 8 hours. And we all, as human beings, have a moral obligation. If there is somebody getting hurt, if there's a crime being committed, we have a moral and a humanly obligation to contact the proper authorities. I'm not saying, hey, I have my own things, one bucket, that I deal with. I'm not saying any of them is an excuse, but what I'm saying is this is 8 hours. Yeah. First time I was in Idaho, I saw a man walking with a shotgun, and it was like, what the hell? Oh yeah, that's right. You live over in the area, isn't that right, Cassie? Open carry state. They don't want vigilantes. Yeah, I seen him put that helmet on. And stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all have our own opinions. One bucket. Maybe she was passed out. Who knows? And that's what I'm saying. Maybe she was. But all I know is it was 8 hours. That's what I know. We know she saw and heard what she did and waited, and she may not have even called 911 at any time. And also, the friends were called first. So that's another thing. I'm just saying, 8 hours. 8 hours. I can see you passing out or fainting, or you know what I'm saying, anxiety, you know, all sorts of things. You know, oh, I'm sure shock. I mean, shit. You seen somebody walking in with a damn mask? You know, like the description that they had, I'd be in fucking shock too. Damn straight. Damn straight. And I can see people passing out and all that stuff, or having panic attacks or whatever. I mean, that's some crazy ass shit to see. You know what I mean? That would scare me. That would scare me. But I'm just saying, 8 hours. There's a read. There is, yeah, there that are valid. Just following the known facts. Hey, Bruin. Where'd Bruin sneak in here? Okay, here we go. What's up, Bruin? I didn't see you sneak in here. All right, let me play this real quick, then we're going to get into this affidavit here. This is KTVB. I'll put the link to this up in the chat if anybody would like to have it. This is the source. If it goes through. There we go. Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You see some shit like that? That's gotta be scary as hell. Damn straight. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying 8 hours.
In the Second Judicial District, Layton County, this is the Magistrate's Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger, cause number CR 222-2805. Mr. Koberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial. Mr. Koberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed, and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have the right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question.
What a close-up. Here, let me turn this music down. Holy shit. Yeah, I just seen that, Kid Kitty, and then I don't know if you guys can tell or not. Here, let me throw this link up in chat so you guys can have this as well. His eyes, I'm looking at the cloudiness, bloodshotness of his eyes. I don't know if it's just because he's tired. But from what I heard, he's been doing a lot of sleeping. It almost looks with the clenching jaw over and over and over. It seems like he's upset.
Hearing to district court. If the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court.
You know, you get upset and you can enter a plea get a little flushed feeling.
And you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Layton County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Koberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine to state, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th. At 10 o'clock a.m. we will make sure notice is sent. And then, Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Koberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Koberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson?
You know, the state's position is that Mr. Koberger is not entitled to bond in this case. The charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Item code 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given the potential penalties in this case, which like bail, defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is, he has to remain in custody.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho
He said no
Criminal
bail.
B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional and further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Commissioner, the state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of the deceased and also for the surviving roommates. I've spoken briefly with Ms. Taylor, she indicated there's no objection.
And Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me. Yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonzalez family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Koberger, by way of being provided this of the documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are forbidden from having any contact with them. You cannot contact them through third person, in writing, or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them, or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. You cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders, and if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years, and then if it needs to be modified, changed by a different judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor? All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
Easy does it. Well, that was that. Easy does it. No contact for 2 years. Wow. And do you guys think he's going to get bail? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get bail. That's four counts. I don't know. I don't think he's going to get bail, and if he does, it's going to be high as shit. It ain't. I don't even think it's going to be obtainable, like with how much it. I wonder what the maximum is. Could he have lost the sheath when fighting in dismaying? Well, I think I'm kind of with you, LG gal. I'm kind of with you on the sheath thing. And when there's the reports that he walked by one of the surviving roommates, I'm wondering, and then shut the door and locked it. I'm wondering if dude was like, shit, I need to get the fuck out. That's why he didn't go down there. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm getting late to chat here. No bail, and he can't plead insanity. Yeah. I don't think he's gonna get bail, and if he does, I think it's gonna be. Hey, what's up, Liam's mama? I think it's gonna be so freaking high, it's not even gonna happen. Yeah, how's the kiddo doing? How's your kiddo doing, SRB, with all that going on? No family contact either. That's crazy, isn't it? Finally hasn't thrown up in a couple hours. Hopefully, yes. Don't think he's a fan of this highly qualified judge. It's man. You wish you could be inside that head right now. Just one in, yeah, swallowing a lot, the clenching of the jaw, the blinking on my screen. I can see his eyes are like cloudy bloodshot. I mean, you can tell, like, you can see there's like some kind of flushing going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell there's a flushing going on. Yeah, this judge looks badass. And the public defender was like, yeah, we'd like a week or two, and then all of a sudden she just gives him a week. I was like, oh shit. You don't even go a week and a half in between. Oh geez. What's up, sexfine.info? How you doing tonight? Oh, somebody already got it. Thank you for doing that. Let me. Okay, now I can't get rid of that. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Get rid of that thing. Did I miss something? Was he sick? I don't know. Maybe he did get sick going from PA to Idaho. I don't know. I mean, we did have that big swoop of really cold weather coming through. Maybe he's sick. I'm not sure. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Seriously, everybody, because like, there's plenty of other channels out there that got shit tons of people watching them, and you guys choose to hang out with me. That really, it hits me in the heart. It really does. Very nervous. I don't think the judge was giving him nice eyes either. She looks like she's gonna be a I didn't. You know what? I wasn't really looking at her too much. I was kind of trying to like go through my subscriptions too, and then check the emails a little bit at the same time. And I'm definitely gonna have to watch it again and focus on the judge. And I'm glad, because we need that. Phantom's fast on the lead. Well, thank you, Phantom. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. just had to watch that real quick. All right, let me go to the emails here. Thank you, everybody, for your emails. Let's see here. Ooh. Brian Koberger's mom wrote an article on Ted Bundy years prior. Wow, we'll have to get to that one in a little bit. Let's see. Saw this old, undated newspaper clipping. Brian's mother. There's a lot of Brian's mother's stuff in here. Please search for link between. Okay, affidavit. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Yes, cheers. Phantom, I got a question for you. Do you put rocks in your drinks, or is it room temperature? Cassie, we can do live and help you with breathing. You want to Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. You let me know, and we will talk you through it. We'll have an open panel, okay, Cassie? Speaking of open panel, if anybody would like to hop up, they're more than welcome. We can discuss this affidavit here. I am going to be reading it, though, if that's cool with you guys. It's funny, he has a woman lawyer, and woman just, Mama, I'm having a C-section, maybe I'll, oh, gosh. Mama Bear, oh my God, can we, although she don't have to go through, yeah, we can put you, one big eyes, Captain and Coke here. Ooh, look at that, Phantom. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, if anybody would like to hop up, more than welcome. I fucking cry. All right, let's go through this. Is the music too loud? Oh, no, that sucks. Oh, I hate shoveling. Stay warm, seriously. Lamb's Dark Rum and Coke. And then we got Captain and Coke. Nobody uses Sprite. Yes, bundle up, please, and stay safe, LG. Stay warm. Nobody drinks Sprite with their liquor? Man, I always drank mine with Sprite. It was lighter on the stomach. It wasn't as thick. Try it sometime, guys. You might like it. But she will be... Oh, gosh. I'm so we could do it. Goodbye. Yeah. Ooh, that's an interesting combination. Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew. Wow. Yes, Sprite. It's the best. Yes, it still exists. It's the best. I'm telling you, with Coke, it weights your, your stomach gets heavy, it gets thick, you burp a little bit, you drink Sprite. It's like mixing it with air. Except it's got a little fizz to it, yeah. Peach schnapps. Jackadoo. Yuck, you're like your father, Kath. I drink Sprite. Sprite's the best. Or else, root beer. Yes. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard of Mellow Yellow for a while. That makes me think of Days of Thunder. I need to watch that movie again. All right, I gotta get into this affidavit. Hold on. Before I go off track here. Talking about all these drinks and stuff. I didn't even have wine on my birthday. I completely forgot about that. Damn, I completely forgot about that. I love root beer. Especially A and Dubs. Ooh. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. CPL Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 2:52 p.m. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded approximately 4 p.m. I thought they were called out at noon. Am I confused? Yeah, why? I used to drink Hennessy and Sprite all the time. That was my drink for the longest, but I just started drinking wine the last couple years. I just stick to the wine now. I'll drink some Hennessy here and there. It's not that I get crazy or anything off of it. It's more of like a chill. I like Hennessy because I get a nice chill buzz out of it. This is for the walkthrough they did about. That's gonna get typos. Let me see here. Okay, I'll just skip this. Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residents, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Can I go bigger than this? Oh, nice. Look at that. I can zoom it in even more for. Nope. Yeah, here we go. That's good now. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's hereafter canoodle room. What? Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So she was on the floor, so that's where the drips came from. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by... that's blanked out. To be caused by sharp force injuries. Let me get to chat here real quick, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the hen dog. It'll creep up on you. Going to have to leave for a while. Oh my gosh, lasagna, wrestling, rock on, be safe, stay warm. Thanks for hopping in, Dre. Please be safe. Eat some. Yes, you are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so cool. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from the review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Konkalvis and her ex-boyfriend, Blank. I found out from my interview with Blank on November 13th, 2022, that he and Goncalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both were deceased with visible stab wounds, so they were on the bed together. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. When viewed from the door, the sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the bottom snap of the knife sheath. So that if it's on the bottom snap, that means that they got it where he was opening it, right? If it's on the left on the button snap. If it's on the button snap, then that means that he closed it, I guess, but it still is DNA, right? Left on the button snap. Okay. Okay. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department's officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Yeah, let me get to chat here real quick. Yeah, please hit the like real quick if you haven't yet. The night could have been closing it. That's what I was like. I was like, well, okay, but yeah, it could still be from closing it, but it is yours, and your phone is even pinged going back to the property around, or driving by the property around 9 something in the morning. I mean, I'm going to keep reading on here. It's interesting. It was on the button. And yeah, sorry, I can't remember who said it in chat earlier about losing it during a struggle. And I could definitely see that if there was two on there on the bed, I would imagine one was probably a lot more stealthier and the other one was in defense. I'm just imagining. But then again, they could have been in the same bed too before they came in there, or he came in there. Or from closing it before he went to... Yeah, that too. Yeah. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I've learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Carnoodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus, approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. What? So there never was. So there never was a missing. It literally, they were there. They were there from 9 to when they went home. Right? Are seen by BF from approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. at the property then, right? That's true too. So they were there the whole time. Return to the King. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m. Chapin and Kernoodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence but was a guest of Kernoodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. Approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Blank, reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4. This is with exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So that is true about that Jack in the Box. Rock on, you guys. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. So she could hear the third floor, which were located on the... So she could hear down there on the third floor. Wow. Huh. So there was no missing timeline. Wonder why Ellie was constantly saying they're trying to... Yeah, I know. Maybe to throw off? I don't know. That is weird, isn't it? Hey, Punk, see how you doing tonight? Yeah, but look, it says right here. Approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. So on the first floor, you can hear the third floor? What's up, Christy B? What's up? What's up, Punksy? How you guys doing? Yeah, that's crazy. You can hear from the basement. I can imagine what that poor girl was hearing. I can imagine what that poor girl was hearing. If you can hear the third floor from the basement, oh my gosh. Dee was on the second floor. Kaylee's room was damn near right above her then. Oh, I thought these were the survivors in the basement. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So she was awake? Oh, okay. On the first floor, huh? Thank you, Kib Kitty. Yeah, like and subscribe to Punksy. Stillen had moved to the second floor room. Oh. Huh, okay. I thought... okay. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom. Okay, hold on. So she was on the same floor when all this was happening? So here, okay, I'm confused. So they went to one bedroom, or he went to one bedroom on the second floor and not the other? So the person who committed this crime went to one of the bedrooms on the second floor, but not the other? I just want to make sure I'm getting this frickin' right. Because I don't want to assume. Is that correct? Right, LG Gal. I thought both of them were... Okay, let me get this straight. On the second floor, and it took 8 hours. Okay. Something don't seem right. What the... Okay, I'm gonna keep reading, sorry. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." But she didn't hear Ethan? At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud from a house across the street. Okay. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall. Okay, 50 feet. Okay. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in. Okay. I'm trying to picture this here. So, give me 1 second. I have to go to this thing real quick. Let's take a pause from the affidavit real quick. I need to go into this real quick. I need to fucking picture this here. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second. Right, OG gal? I don't know. I'm very interested to find out what took place. All right, I need to see what the hell they are talking about here. Give me 1 second. All right, so that is X and E. Let's go to this other bedroom. So here's the bedroom. You're going to tell me that somebody's not going to know? Look at this. Look at how... Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is what happened. This must be what happened. This is what happened. All right. Dude. Here's that bedroom door that we're talking about here in this affidavit, okay? What? Is by the stairs? I thought this was... This is where the drip was. Bedroom 2B. Hold on a second. Let me go to chat here. Yeah, something doesn't seem right. That's for damn sure. They never really released... something don't seem right. It gets more specific. Okay. Entrance. I saw it earlier and should have saved it. Yeah, bedroom 2B is their bedroom, right? Dylan's room is right there by this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought this was their room the whole time. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is so that's her door right here, bedroom 2A, DM, right? So I can see how if this person is walking, after they just came from here, so that must have been second. So they must have went upstairs first, because if she says that she watched them walk by and then exit the sliding glass door, that means this was last. So now we know the order. Upstairs was first. So he's just kind of walking through here. Probably doesn't even notice her crack the door. This is how she can see him walk towards her, because he is walking towards her to leave the sliding glass door. He might not even notice that she cracked open the door. So, okay, I can see what... Oh shit, where did it go? Here it is. I can see what's being said here now. About all this taking place. I can see before it didn't make sense to me. I just had to visually be put in there to understand what they're saying here. Okay, the male. Here, let me get to chat real quick. Sorry about that. You're pointing. Let's see. You were on the second floor. Upstairs first. She saw the masked man after the four were killed. Right. Yeah. So when he's walking towards her and then exits through the sliding glass door, that means second floor was last. Third floor was first. That should be a CJ. She may have been in the shadow of the room. Reading what wrong, LG? He targeted E and X first. How? No. I don't think so. This whole time I thought second floor was first. I thought second floor was first because of E, right? The whole time. This whole time I've thought second floor was first. But if I'm reading this right here, where she says that and saw a figure clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's blah 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 blah. The male walked past her towards the back sliding glass door. So that means that dude, right? So the first time she heard something, okay? She first heard somebody was there. Then, first heard playing with her dog. Then she heard a comment about somebody being in the house. Okay. Then she heard crying. That's when stuff was going on. Okay. That's why she didn't see nobody. Then she opened the door. Wait a minute. See, this is confusing right here. Because what would this noise be? You wouldn't hear a whimper and a thud after that. Voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. But how could somebody hear that across the street? That's what I don't understand. Let me see here. I'm so freaking screwed up too, Punksy. I'm like, wait, it's this. No, it's this. No, wait, huh? What? Let's see. He targeted E and X first, then upstairs to K&M and back down. BK simply was making his way out. Why would he go second floor, third floor, then back to second floor? Because if DM's watching him leave, she's watching him. Look at how the door opens. If she's cracked, she's not watching him come towards her coming down the stairs, because then she doesn't even really see him, because he's coming down the stairs or he's walking away from her. She says he's walking towards her, which means he's walking from the bedroom, coming this way, turning this way, going outside the sliding glass doors, coming this way, and then going that way. So I don't see how. Yeah, because they would have to be walking this way, this way, in order to walk past and go out the sliding glass doors. So K&M were first and Brian went to, I don't know. Has to be third floor first, because DM walked past her sliding. That's what I was thinking, Kib Kitty. Probably came in, slipped upstairs, Because if she watched him walk towards her, you're looking at the door. It only opens, So if you're cracking the door open, you can only look, through that crack, and you can only go, unless maybe your vision can go like this if you're looking out through a cracked door, right? Maybe about that's as far as you can get for vision. So, but they're still walking towards you. They're coming this way, going out the sliding glass door. But really, isn't that weird though? Isn't it weird though? Like, maybe because the door was locked. Maybe he walked by and turned the knob to see if it. Who knows? It is stating that she was locking the door. Ooh, it reads like E and X were first. Did he go back looking? Wow, that's a good point, LG Gal. So now I can see why they would go downstairs, go back upstairs, go shit. Where did it go? But don't you think he would know that he would have lost it upstairs, though? Like if he was, maybe not. Maybe he tried looking and couldn't find it upstairs and then went back down to the second bedroom, looked to see he couldn't find it, and then just said, fuck it, I'm out. And then that's when she seen him leave. That could be it, too. I'm confused, too. And we're all confused together. Not across the street. That Cam picked up the noise, I believe, is that house directly over from their parking area. You mean way the fuck down? Or the other house that got blurred out on Google? Or the house that's like their front window, you can see that parking area or something. So E and X were last. This is why so many folks are like, what the fuck is up with these statement, right? It does not make any sense. What a freaking mess. You must have definitely not know D was in the room. What's crazy? Okay, it's just crazy. But then you mix that with 8 hours left. I mean, it was like noon, right? What time did the sun rise? I don't know. It's just really weird. That too, Bruin. It can definitely affect how you even remember things. You can see shit you didn't. Said he walked towards the slider. Yep. Walked towards her and then out the slider. Not across the street. So Dylan Bryan didn't know he already. Right. Especially when you immediately go to bed and sleep till noon. Right. I wouldn't. It just, something don't seem right. I'm glad. Hopefully there's a trial, because it'd be nice to know what the hell. He was in a physical fight with Kaylee. Ooh. Confusing each other. Yeah, left it. Single source of DNA on the button. It was found next to Maddie. All right, let me go back to this real quick. DM stated that she opened the door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room. Why didn't he check the door then either? I don't know. Something's weird. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, review of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team on the second one by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detective shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. The video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. I'm sure they had a bunch too. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. Steiner Avenue. Remember that? On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate because they don't require you to in PA. A review of footage from multiple videos held Ohio, Indiana, none of them require you. States are starting to change that way now too. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. You would think that a freaking license plate on the front would be a good idea, right? I mean, just saying. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1, starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the crime scene residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Let me go to chat here real quick. Sorry, my StreamYard's bugging out on I use my phone for my feed usually, but it's been bugging out lately, so it's hard for me to keep up with the chat and the show at the same time here when it gets a little crazy like this. Thank you everybody for hanging out. And it was found next to me. Let's see, Punksy. Yeah, it had single DNA on the button. He was in a psychotic haze at that point, maybe. It's a good point. SRB, thank goodness, though, if that's how they... Yeah. The shoe print, the DNA. No, And also, Punksy, this is another thing. The dude's cell phone was pinged like crazy. It even pinged him driving back by the property at 9 something in the frickin' morning, just 5 hours after he committed the crime. It had his cell phone pings matching their cell phone pings because he was obviously. Did you guys hear this? That the dude was frickin'. He was up in frickin' Pullman and Moscow in June? Did you hear that? Yeah, definitely tell your friends. Cassie, I'll just wear my pink bands. No one will notice. They got death penalty. I don't know what kind of death penalty. Somebody look it up and tell me. Shit, that'd be interesting. Police dressed as garbage. Yes, yep, that was awesome too, wasn't it, Kid Kitty? They were. Yeah, they knew. They knew what was up. Sorry, buddy, you don't have the technology of Ted Bundy. You ain't making it as far. It's so crazy how they do this stuff. Both K and M are in the same twin bed per affidavit. Yes, LG Gal, one on top of the other, according to 4chan post by suspect. Allegedly, he said she tried to run. That's right, I did read that. That's right, LG. I think I have those too. Unless they're shut down. Let me look. No, that's the crime research survey. I think they took those down. Yeah, it's gone. I do, you know what though? We went through it on an old video. I need to find that video and I need to make a highlight out of that part of the show when we were going through that whole feed. Phantom, do you remember what night that was? Just to Serve Daily, how you doing? Phantom, Cherry, what's up? Do you remember what night that was, Phantom, that we were going through that Reddit stuff? Because I need to go back to that show and cut that shit out and make a highlight of it so we can go back to it sometime if we need to before it disappears. Or I guess it won't disappear. But shit, it'll get lost in all them shows. I'm on episode 68 now. I think it was 2 nights ago. I can't remember for sure. It's gotta be. I heard that too. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Damn, look at the warm welcomes. Means the phone was there. Now they have to prove that he was there too. I think he wanted to get caught and become. It sounds like that about now, right? When this shit comes out, Justice. It sounds about right. Shit. I mean, dude. It's 2022 when the shit took place. Leave your fucking phone at home, you know? Like, dude, for as much planning as you did and research, like, come on. You gonna bring your phone with you, bro? Kid Kitty, this is why in this day and age a criminal. Yeah. Oh, lethal injection? That sucks. Yeah, thank you for being here. What's up? Back to that video, but can't tell if it's him in the reflection of the computer monitor. I haven't seen that one. Ellie Bryan on the radar in November. That's what I've been hearing too. I bet Ellie took those parts and comments into. I mean, it was pretty interesting. In 2009, the firings was removed. Idaho as having never executed an inmate by that method. This left lethal injection as the sole. Are you serious? Well, maybe they'll reintroduce that motherfucker in 2000 and whatever year it is. You know what I mean? Just saying. Ask JD's. Oh, yeah. I don't remember 2 nights ago. I'm thinking it was 2 nights ago. I need to go through the old shows sometime and find out when we did go through them Reddits. And then that way I can make a highlight out of that section and then separate it. That way, if we ever do need to go back to it, we have everything right there. Like, we don't, it's gone, but we still have it. Are you looking for the questionnaire? No, not the questionnaire. The inside, what was it called? Inside looking or something like that. Those Reddit posts. Inside looking. It was the show that had. Here, let me go to the. Let me go to the link so I can show you. It comes up. It's all deleted. But it was Inside Looking, and we went through every frickin' message. Like, we went through every frickin' message. It probably took us a half an hour or 40-some minutes or something. Because at first, I've never really been on Reddit, so I didn't understand about the expanding thing and stuff. So we were going through some, and then Phantom's like, yo. And I'm like, oh, okay. So then I go back up to the top. Then we go through it all. But yeah. I need to separate that, and then we can have that separate for whenever we need it. Because, they can't talk about none of this stuff, so I'm sure we're going to need this stuff at some point. I want a hot pink waving hand. Where'd y'all get that? I have hand of various skin color. I don't know. It might be one of mine. Because I've always had it. It might have been from Twitch, maybe. I don't know. I know I have different ones that are on here. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kid Kitty. I'm not sure that they will be able to prove everything. We'll see. Yeah, that's for sure. This is why dumbass wanted an intern. I know. I heard about that today, too. YouTube emojis. Whoa, that's weird. I'm not seeing it. Cass, know the Reddit thread. Oh, his inside. Yeah. Firing squad sound. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially for this case, LG. What the hell? Whoops, I didn't mean to throw that up there. Cherry, when you're trying to go to smiley face and click on it. Cherry, good evening. But I can find screenshots on Facebook. That was maybe last week we did the Reddits. I can't remember. I've done so many long-ass shows in the last week and a half. Sometimes 2 shows a day. All right, let's go back to this here. Okay, we read that part. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. Approximately at 4:04 a.m., it can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road 52, and then driving back westbound. So this dude was doing all sorts of this shit in front of before he did the fucking crime? What the fuck? He didn't just park up, drive real quietly, turn the lights off. You hear rocks and pebbles barely making noise. You're creeping up. You lightly shut the door. No, this guy drove up there. What the hell, dude? Unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. What the hell, man? Suspect vehicle. What? Okay, where did all the data from the research study come in? Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during the time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Let me get to chat real quick. Let's see. Guilty for sure. Gotta be. I mean, damn, they got the DNA. They got the DNA. Yeah. Just look up EvilleCJ. They pulled them off the internet. Yeah. That's what I was showing. They were totally gone, but when we went over them a couple days ago, we have the video of it, so we'll be able to go back to it anytime. We just have to go back to the previous show. It was on 4chan. Yeah, the 4chan stuff. All different usernames. We did go over the 4chan stuff as well. That shit was the ceiling fan. Oh, I hope that was just made up. But it was creepy about hiding out in the woods of PA, right? I was under the impression BK was... Yeah, I was too, Cherry, but it's... I think he was waiting to see if DM was calling Ellie, maybe. Man, maybe. I sent you the Facebook with the inside. 3-point turn. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, just go away for a half an hour and come back, you know? What the hell? Fucking idiot. Cherry Booksmart, maybe. But where'd all this research go? You know? Like, you had some really crazy ass questions. I don't think her completed his paper on this chapter 2, how to get away, AMD, not leave evidence. Yeah. Rule number 1, leave your fucking phone at home. I don't know how else to get these to you, CJ, unless I save each picture. Just look up EvilleCJ on Facebook. And if you can't find them, go ahead and email them to SRB, and then she can get them to me if you can't find me. Sent them to you on Facebook. Okay. I had to join the group waiting for... Let's see, before I can see the dark, the bubble. LG Cal. It's been a long time. Thanks for being in here. All right, let me go to this next part here. And I will try and get to that here in a little bit, Cassie. That email stuff. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau, I'm just going to say FBI from now on, that regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience. With 12 years at the FBI, his specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016. So that's where we got the 2011 teen. I don't know why they just didn't say 2011 to 2016. Because that could have messed it up right there. Oh, yeah, that's a 16. That's not even the one that they're looking for. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possessions of the vehicle. That is Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, I'll just say Sus Vehicle, was observed. Is there more than one? I think there's only one. I'm just going to say Sus Vehicle. Was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Sus Vehicle, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington, to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Let me go to chat again. If you join the group, then go to the search on the page. You can type inside looking and it brings up the post. Oh, okay. Nice. Let me see. There's still something not right. I know, Christy. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I know. It is weird. The 8 hours don't. That's the biggest thing to me is 8 hours. So our phones can hear, see, and do a lot. I wouldn't surprise me if Ellie could somehow pull up evidence of the actual crime if he had his phone on him. My conspiracy theory, anyway. Big brother. Me too, for sure. He's not as smart as he tried. Even the people that go to the school are like, yeah, you got to be smart to get in here. But who says he's not? He could be book smart as shit. It's just the common sense. All right, we'll keep reading here. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street. Stadium Way at okay, hold on. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. That's a lot of fucking footage. What is this? I can't even tell what that is. Those are all I can't even tell what that is. Showing white Elantra's path. Oh no, it's hard for me to see on that. Leaving WSU campus. I mean, geez, yeah. Huh. That's weird. So, like, how I'm ready to be exonerated. Why was he in such a rush to come out here then? if this is, I mean, they got videos for. Shit, this ain't my backyard. What are you talking about? I never been over this way. Oof, I can imagine how cold it is. Let's see. The vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Hereafter, Koberger, residing Pullman, Washington, is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Chris Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located 2015 white Hyundai Elantra in the Pullman in the parking lot is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Well, we were right too. It was a student. A jealous student. It just they didn't go to Idaho. They went to fucking Washington State. We were close. Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Rung residence. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by CPL Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate blank, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blank 8458, hereafter 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. He probably thinks with his book smarts that he will be able to yeah, seriously. Still thinking he's smarter than everybody. And it's like you got to learn to walk before you can chew gum. I don't think he thought they had anything, or he was like, well, fuck it, I'm done. I may as well go back. Because he knew this shit was going to get released, as soon as possible if he did. So then everybody's going to be like, ooh. Hope they found those shoes they needed for bloody shoe prints at his apartment, just being a smart ass. You're silly. He's a weak, pathetic little man, in my opinion, a coward. Yeah. Welcome. You cracked me up too. Welcome everybody coming in. Thank you. Let's see, what page are we on? We're on page 11. Wow, we went through this a lot quicker than I thought. That's cool though. There are some other stuff I need to check out here. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with the Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience, you think that you would want a plate on your front nowadays, every state, with all the kidnappings and thing that takes place. What if you saw a kidnapping taking place and there was no freaking license plate on the front? That's what I think about. What if you saw something, yet there was no license plate to help out? Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Koberger's Elantra was then queried December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December. Yeah, that's another thing. Why did they drive 2 hours? When you're driving the quickest route to get from Pullman, Washington to where they went in PA was 37 to 38 hours. And you're going to go 2 hours out of your way on that long of a trip? That's what don't make sense either. And on December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also show Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Koberger wrote in his essay he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence. On November 13th, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., after determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone and these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done by a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they did not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. So just be, they're telling you right there. I thought I could see a possible Vans type shoe in the evidence bins, but it was a tad blurry. Crime Talk red affidavit, nothing blocked out. He even red platinum. Yeah, I don't want to give out that personal. I'll leave that up for him. Cherry, thank you. I did save Crime Talk's video. Mama Bear, thanks for being here, everybody. Please hit that like if you haven't. Tell your friends. Mama, were you sick? Hope you feel better. Thank you, Mons. I'm not sure what a mod does. Well, I got my Mighty Mods. And then I got me a Baptismo that lets the Mata mods be able to chat more freely with everybody in the chat because they don't have to worry about posting my stuff. I got Baptismo to do that for me. But everybody else likes to throw up the likes and the stuff like that, and I do appreciate those too. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mama Bear. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. And if you got something for me, there's the info. So BK applied for a job with police. Yeah, he applied for an internship. Isn't that interesting? Applied for an internship. Oh, LG, I tried doing... I don't know if you're a sports fan, but I tried doing sports on Christmas and my shit got shut down. I miss sports. I like to mix it up though. But man, it's been a lot of true crime lately just because of all this Idaho stuff. He planned this for months. He had to. Mighty Mods. Yeah. I'm going to call you all Mighty Mods. Yeah, Baptismo is cool, isn't he? Seriously, though. That's why I was like, you know what? Because I've had Baptismo since I was streaming on Twitch, and I used it on Twitch, but I never used it on YouTube. Eventually, I'm going to I have Lightstream that I have for like overlays and stuff on Twitch. So if people do stuff, it does shit on the screen and stuff. When I have some time, hopefully this weekend, when I have some time, I hope to try and figure out how I can link my YouTube stream up to that. So when people subscribe, send a Cash App, different things like that, it'll show animations on the screen. I just got to have the time to research it and tweak with it and see how I can get it to work. But I wanted to make sure I at least took some time to set up my Baptismo timers so that way you guys didn't have to focus so much on trying to throw links out there. You guys could, even have your own conversations going on while we're doing this stuff too. That's cool. I appreciate it. That's why you guys are so welcoming to everybody that comes in here. And, let's just glorify that, So let's have Baptismo do the other stuff. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2012 at 2 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding following the times of the homicides. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to the search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and that the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. So he just got the phone before he went out there. The records also include historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent, SA, that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. I need a drink of coffee. Additionally, the FBI cast essay that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 3rd, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 3rd, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to blank Northeast and Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Koberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:48 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network. At 2:47 a.m., which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cell phone coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., so he was thinking if I shut my phone off, I'll be fine. But yeah, the phone's going to ping leading up to where you shut it off, at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458's phone estimated locations and travel, the 8458's phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Let me go to chat real quick. Sorry about that. I love this group too. Thank you, SRB. And thank you guys for being the way you guys are. Seriously. If it wasn't for you guys, you know what I mean? Just don't spread yourself too till you have a strong following and you're whatever that happens. Well, thank you. Hey, Lucia. How you doing? ATS, how you doing? Sorry I'm getting to chat late here. Bam, bam, bam. They were able to track his almost every move that night, and they got video surveillance to back it up. You can't beat that. Garagos defense attorney says defense can find a crack in cell phone pings sample. His phone pings all those important times, but when murders happen, because it said that it's consistent with him shutting the phone off before he goes, and then after he leaves is what they're saying. What the technical jumbo there? What is it? Cellular. Whatever that thing's called. Utilizes cellular resources that are consistent. So it's not saying it's for sure, but they got the pings, they got the car on video, same car. What does this say? I know this is crazy, Cassie. It is drama 3. Thank you, ATS. Still a chance for there is. I mean, who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows what's gonna be able to go? But like everybody was saying, that judge looks like she's not about messing around whatsoever. You know. Now this says. Okay, this is what's interesting here. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. So he took a little drive by the property to see if the cops had been called or not. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off of the cellular locations. So instead of doing the straight shot, wow, that seems like a really long way to go back home if you committed that seems like a long way to go back home, unless this is all like county roads or something. Didn't want to get pulled over on the highway, so it's all like county roads, maybe. Yes, that Watts case was the shit. Seriously. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date, so they never came back to the area. Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. We got 2 more pages and that's it, everybody. We're almost done. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information and pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022 right before he left. After consulting with Cast SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these locations, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Man, it sure sounds like they got a lot, man. One of these occasions on August 21st, I'm just wondering this whole 8 hours thing from DM, and then you're on the same floor? Something's weird. One of these locations on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources, providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke. As mentioned above, the 8458 phone was, and I even have my glasses on, damn. The 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. Farm Road, and Pullman Avenue. Oh my God, my words are like mushing together now. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef Store, located at 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone. I need to come up with like a CJ version of this. Cut the fat off. Holy crap. All right, let me go back to chat real quick, and then we'll get this thing finished up here. He's a stalker. Yeah. They do deserve justice. Kaylee was right. She had a stalker. Yeah. I mean, that's what it sounded like, isn't it? Still no 911 call, unfortunately. Wonder if since they gave us this much, they will release it soon. I don't know. How do you know I need to drink some water? I'm drinking coffee right now. How do you know that? CJ, you sure that's coffee in my cup? Yeah, it's coffee in my cup. Is your brain getting a little scrambled? Oh my gosh. I mumble my words because I'm tired. I had to go. Shoot. I'm a night owl. And then I had to go into work an hour earlier today, so that threw me all. Thank you to everybody. I really appreciate you guys, because I wouldn't have been able to do the show prep today, and you guys did that for me today, and I really appreciate that. Seriously, it allowed me to not have to run around with the chicken head cut off kind of shit. I was able to get everything done, and I probably had like maybe 6 minutes to spare, so I seriously appreciate you. It sounds like the whole house did. Yeah. And I don't think so either. Who knows? But I don't know. What are they hiding in that 911 call? What are they hiding there? Dude got too close for comfort there. He's the stalker. I mean, it's got to be. It, it. Oh my gosh. I keep saying that the stalker thing was something to focus on and it wasn't a red herring, but no one listened to me. I know. It's like I'm out on a limb, ATS, feeling that this was the dude's first one still. I mean, it's the whole jealous student thing, but I just got the wrong college. And he wasn't riding a bike. I would have. It's true though. It's true. Like sometimes we're out on our own little limb. For sure, Ellie has more. This, in my opinion, is enough. It has to be, right, LG? We love you too, Phantom. Thank you. It's gotta be, right, LG? I know, I can't wait for it either. I have a feeling it's connected to the 8-hour thing. Maybe, LG, what do you think? Is that why it's not getting released? It's connected to the 8-hour freaking time period until somebody was called, and then friends were called first. I don't know. And then, like, this is what I don't understand. You have LE saying that it was a 2011 to 2013. They have people inside LE stating it was from 2011 to 2016. What if this dude that was searching white Hyundai Elantras at Washington was only looking for a 2011 to 2013? He would have skipped right over it, maybe. That's what I don't understand. Why not just say 2011 to 2016? That's one thing I noticed in this affidavit. I'm like, what? At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertsons grocery store. What's up, Albertsons? At 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Koberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave approximately at 1:04 p.m. Koberger's possible path of travel is depicted below. It's hard to see. This shit's hard to see for me. $100 LG. Hell, that the first couple pages, I'm like, what? That's why I had to ask you guys. I'm like, are you guys serious? Her room is on the second floor? It just seemed Albertson. Yeah, something's off. Something is definitely off, and it's probably going to be hard for us to even find out what's up until the trial, and who knows when the trial's going to be, you know? Okay, so it says additional analysis of the records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. What? That is consistent with the 8458 phone being the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. Huh. So on December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued. 94 for burglary at the residence, 4 counts of murder. I declare under penalty and perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Wow. Wow. Thank you for that. That was quite a read. That was like a 2.5 hour read there. Wow. A lot of information. I'm surprised they went in that depth with it, actually. That's quite a bit. Let me see here. Okay, affidavit, first court appearance, Koberger court appearance, Goncalves attorney. Okay, let me take a look at these real quick. I found this. This is from Liam's mama. It was a lot. I mean, geez, but wow, what a read, you know? DM froze when she saw him, and I bet she crawled up into a bond closet until she could. I know, that's a long time, Kid Kitty. I would think I'd want to call. I don't know. I just don't understand it. I get being scared and froze up, and I mean, shit. If I was in that situation, it'd freak me the fuck out too. But damn, that's a long time. 7-8 hours. Then sort of came out of it hours later, left her room and saw her. I don't know. So many questions. I don't know. It's just odd. It's very odd. But eventually we'll find out, you know, what took place. And well, I'm just wondering why both of them, this is what I don't understand, unless it was just, I don't know. It was just odd how both roommates were reported being in the basement, surviving roommates, you know? That's just what's really odd. And then when we read this, I had to ask you guys if what I was reading was freaking true, because I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like, second floor? All right, so I found, this is from Liam's mama. I found this and wanted to forward it to you. Brian's mom wrote this article about Ted Bundy sympathizing with Ted's death, hence the article name Cheering the Hearse. Many years before this horrendous act by her son, but I thought it was something you could research on and talk about tonight. There are also many articles and replies to editors she responded to as well on mass shootings, school shootings, etc. And you're good, Liam's mom. I know everybody's got real life going on. I do thank you for sending me this. Okay, so this is the first one. Cheering the hearse. Perhaps one of the saddest commentaries on mankind was evident during the execution of Theodore Bundy. While no sane, compassionate individual would excuse the atrocities committed by this man, neither would any sane individual applaud the passing of his funeral hearse. What have we become? Is he ... Whoops. Come on, show this. All right, there we go. What have we become? Is the taking of a human life acceptable when the state takes responsibility for it? I like the TV hanging up above the fireplace. That's pretty cool. Thank you for that. Huh. Mom wrote an article on Ted Bundy. You think that's why he went to Washington? That's why he applied for the internship in Pullman for the LE? Why he eventually went to Washington? It only took 3 days to connect DNA to perp. We've entered a whole new area of how LE finds perps. No more waiting years, days. But yes, it is very exciting, especially with this new technology that they're going to be introducing in this trial. They were talking about it a couple weeks ago about the new DNA technology that they were using. Very exciting. DM moved to second floor. Yeah, I didn't know that until today. I heard it from some peeps. Oh, really? Huh. I didn't know. I never heard that. All right, let me see here. Let me go to my folder real quick. Let me see here. So this is a News Nation video. Actually, I'm going to go to this Law and Crime Network here real quick. And then I'm going to go through some of my emails here. All right, let me back this up. Let's like the video. I'll throw in the link up in chat. I'm going to check out some of these links in my emails real quick. It's been out there about her moving bedrooms, but it's been labeled as hearsay before the PC proved it. Yeah. And it would be odd, you know, to like, because then we would have been like, wait a minute, what? She's on the, like we are now. What? She's on the second floor? All right, long crime. And then we'll play this while I check out some of this email. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out through that. Holy crap.
As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas would contain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed the numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other officers, and they go on to say that. A review of camera footage indicated, and this is where that white Hyundai Elantra comes into play. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. At this point, they didn't know it was the vehicle that we now know, the white Hyundai Elantra. This is how they first were able to identify it. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. Remember the time. Shows suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial.
Can I try and pause the
by
video?
1122 King Road residents.
Oh
and
my
then
lord!
leave
Can I try and pause
via
it?
Walenta
Pause it.
Drive.
Pause.
Based off of my
Pause.
experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood.
Pause. My gosh. Can't call me evil. Right, it would have drawn even more attention whenever she was on the second floor. Dinner time. All right, thanks for hanging out, Cassie. I'll definitely be checking out those links tomorrow night. If I don't get to them tonight, if I do get to them tonight, I'll message you back. Let you know where at. More than likely, Cassie offered. Good night. Thanks for everything. Yeah, seriously, all your links are amazing too, Cassie. Thank you. Can't call you evil after what we just read. Have a great night. Peace out, LG. Thank you so much for being in here, for real. All right, let me go unpause this. Surviving roommate saw suspect in the home and gave description. Tan leather knife sheath was found on bed next to victim. DNA from knife sheath is likely from Koberger. Video shows white sedan at crime scene and Washington State University.
Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. At this point, they didn't know it was the vehicle that we now know, the white Hyundai Elantra. This is how they first were able to identify it. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m.
By the way, that mugshot that's going around that's got him smiling and stuff, I heard that a little bit ago that that's not the real one, I guess.
20 a.m. Remember the timeline of when they think these murders occurred. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Again, this is also important because remember, he is charged with first-degree murder. There is a level of premeditation and planning to this. Keep this in mind as we hear all this. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge.
And I just seen this come across the breaking. FBI. The FBI denies directing Brian Koberger traffic stops. So they're denying it now.
edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. We talked about this before when he was ultimately apprehended, the connection, the geographical distance between his university and where these murders occurred. I'm going to continue on. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilizes surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of these unknown vehicles. The forensics examiner, and they go into the forensics examiner's background and experience. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensics examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra, but upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011-2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle of this type. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University WSU campus. This is how they were able to connect the car to Kohberger. If we have more time, I'd like to get into it before we take our break. So let me do this real quick. Okay. So we're not going to take breaks. I'm going to continue to go forward with this. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Hyundai Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., this is again before the murders, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR-270. SR-270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The FBI forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014-2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., this is after the killings, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on the WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. I mentioned those streets before. It's then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR-270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street. They go on to talk a little bit more about where it goes. They provided a map showing what the campus looks like and kind of what the area looks like. They go on to say on November 25th, 2022, MPD, Moscow Police Department, asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras on the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiango queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate, LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Kohberger, and he resides at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. You have just seen how they were able to link the car to the defendant. The same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and returned back to Kohberger with a Washington tag. This is where now you're going to see how they matched up the description from one of the roommates to the license. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver license information and photograph. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows, which again is what was indicated by one of the surviving roommates. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM, DM, again, the pseudonym used for one of the surviving roommates, saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Lake County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, so this is months before this happened, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho. This was by Corporal Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant in the car, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649, the one I just mentioned. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number, and then they don't actually list the phone number, they redact that. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the phone number, the phone is a number issued by AT&T. Now, from now on, his phone is going to be identified as 8458 phone, 8458 phone. On October 14th, 2022, again, before the killings, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of the body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving, again, the white 2015 Hyundai Elantra. On November 18th, this is after the killings, according to Washington State licensing, Koberger then registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington, and it later received a new plate of CFB 8708. That's because the license was about to expire. Prior to this time, the 2015 Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Koberger's Elantra was then queried on December 5th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger, and I went through this already, where they went into his background and how he did that Reddit survey. Now let's go into the cell phone data. The cell phone data is always critical. So as part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular data devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Anybody who follows the Law and Crime Network knows cell phone data can track someone's location in pivotal points.
Yeah, just like it did on this one. I mean, we went through all that in that affidavit. That was crazy with all the information they have. Thank you, ATS. I hope you're having a good evening. Yeah, Kid Kitty, I was just telling everybody, Law and Crime Network and TMZ are reporting that the FBI did not have anything to do with Koberger getting pulled over in Indiana. And it kind of makes sense, because why would Indiana be the only state that would be participating in pulling them over? You know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know, there's different laws in Indiana when it comes to following semis and such. So, I don't know. All right, let me go check my email links here real quick. Make sure we got everything covered. I did get some new News Nation videos that popped up. Let me see. Why did Fox edit that article we read? Which one? Oh no. Which one, ATS? The one about the ROTC or whatever? Good. I'm glad they're there. Is it the, let's see here. Greetings from Kelt. I miss you, Kelt. What do you do? Ooh, look at this real quick. Kelt is sharing some pictures here. This is one of them. Wow. Beautiful mountains. Look at all that greenery. Wow, look at that. The one we read last night about the LA. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I'm trying to think. I've read so much stuff the last week. My brain is mush about some of this. I'm trying to think now. You got me thinking. I know we read one about the ROTC. And I might have read that one last night. Kelt is on a trip. Oh, okay. Okay. I was going to say, Kelt, I miss you. I even messaged Kelt today. I was like, I hope you're doing okay. I messaged JSD too. I saw her pop in here. You still in here, JSD? But either way, I read a Fox article entitled My Stream What I Did Because of the Article. Then I clicked some link this evening and they edited at 2 p.m. and said no FBI. Wow. It's starting to snow there and there's a worm crawling on my patio. It's starting to snow there? That sucks. That's Sodoma? I know, I was wondering where Kelt was too. Kelt's comedian ass. Okay, there's the first one. Let me see what else. There's 3 of them here. Here's another one. Wow. Ooh, that's like a cartoon pic. I like that. I like that one a lot. That's like a cartoon effect. Thank you, Kelt. Even though you're not in chat, you're here in spirit. I miss Kelt. And get underground. It's flurrying. I know. We all think about. We miss Kelt. I need to tell Kelt to come watch this show on replay and see all this damn love. Be home late tonight. Okay. Hey, tomorrow's Friday night, right? Friday night show. ATSC's got a ways to go. Maybe I should give him a That's messed up. Give him a toss. All right, let me check my my other links here real quick. Let me see here. Affidavit, court appearance. Thank you, Phantom. Goncalves' attorney. I believe I have that one. Live updates. Jail to accommodate suspects. Vegan diet. Yeah, I heard that too. Which is, I mean, if that's what you practice, it's like your religion. You should be able to practice your religion. Whatever's. Brian's mother. This is from Willow. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, yeah. Wow. Another Chasing the Hearse link there. Thank you, Willow. Back in Idaho. Long video, but very informative, and her resources seem to turn out correct and reliable on former cases from what I have followed. Apparently, Kaylee was stabbed 52 times and beaten with such force. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. How do I share this with you guys? I really don't want to say it. Let me think on how I can share that one. Let me make sure I got the right one. I'm gonna star that message. I'll figure out how to share it sometime. Unless you guys heard of the details of a couple of the victims, how they, yeah. All right. Okay. So I got to my links. Thank you guys so much because you helped me out a lot. I had 6 minutes, and if I wouldn't have had your guys' help tonight, I would have had 6 minutes to do an hour's worth of prep. So thank you so much. All right, so let's go to some of these videos here real quick. That would be. Uh-oh, what happened? That's all right. Toss it to the curb. No, don't do that. It's too bad you didn't have a turtle. Yeah. Oh, you heard it too? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh gosh, hold on. I got to go to Facebook too. Sorry, there's some links on there as well. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I always forget about Facebook because everything goes buggy when I go to Facebook too. First court appearance. Oh, from Court TV. Let me save that one. Thank you, Kib Kitty. All right, and then we do have that crime talk. I haven't watched some Scott Reich in a couple days. Damn it, that sounds good. Let me see. There's another one up here somewhere. Some Scott Reich. Yeah, thank you for that link, Kib Kitty. Where's Scott Reich? Where'd you go, dude? Where'd you go? Oh, I wanted to play this real quick. Since we're talking about all this stuff. This is like a fan tribute video that came across my Breaking, and here's the right. Yeah, I got a membership to do today as well, ATS. I don't know how I got it. I wasn't able to read chat that much, unfortunately. But I did see that I got an email, and I didn't know who to thank. So, I want to make sure I thank whoever or however I got that. Yeah, that was cool. He reads the whole affidavit. Oh, is that what? Okay. Here is Crime Stories Obsessed UK. I love her channel. And I did want to watch this. This is like a fan tribute video of Happy Times. So I thought, oh, that's something we need to watch. True crime or crime stories. Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. Crime Stories Obsessed UK. Here's the link to this video. It's just music. There's no actual talking in it. Look at those personalities. Look at those personalities. Hey, Kez Chick, how you doing this evening? This is a fan-made video. If you'd like to, the link's in the chat if you'd like to share it. Look at those personalities. Oh my gosh. Mike who SRB so I can make sure I thank them next time I'm in the chat. Cuz I didn't even get to see who did it. I was so busy today. And I feel bad like if people say hi to me and I don't even see it, like I feel bad. These personalities are so funny. It just looks like they had a blast there, you know? His name is just Mike and his pick, he's bald. Okay. Thank you, ATS. I'll try and look out for him. Does he hang out on CDT and Alex Erickson and stuff too? It's just under Mike. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, SRB. Yeah, I want to make sure I at least thank him because I got done. You know, I went over to my phone and I went to back out of it and I was like, whoa, I got gifted a membership. That's cool. And then I'm like, crap, I didn't even get to see who did it. I felt bad. Because I don't want people to think that I'm a rude person or something. You know, I'm not being rude or anything like that. I'm just, while I'm working, I love to be there to support and be able to throw my copy and paste in the chat and stuff like that. And be able to be the viewer, another count on the ticker, and then listen to the programs. I got my coworker addicted to it. He was talking all sorts today. It was great, ATS. He was talking all sorts today. You had him all riled up going on. He was talking. I just don't want people to get the wrong impression of me like I'm a rude person or something, because that's not who I am at all. You know what I mean? And I know some people, they can think if you're not responding back or something, you're ignoring them or upset. And I just don't want anybody to feel that way whatsoever. It's all peace and love over here. Look at that beard. Okay, cool. I'm going to look out for him. I'm going to be like, yo, Mike. Mikey. The hot dog. What a cool video. Thank you, Crime Stories Obsessed UK. Definitely scroll up a little bit for that link if you'd like to have some. What's up, Brandy Joe? How you doing? Any more news? I don't know. I started my show a little early tonight, 5:30 tonight instead of 7. And we read through the affidavit, which took about 2.5. Watched a small summary from Law and Crime. Oh, we did watch the first court appearance in the very beginning. And then this is a fan-made video from Crime Stories Obsessed UK. Great video, great share. It's kind of cool to, you know, see their personalities and stuff. We talk about the bad things that took place. It's nice to be able to show some of their personalities and who they were as individuals. It's a beautiful little video that they did. Oh, look at that puppy. Oh my lord, They seem to have a blast, you know. I keep checking the Bird app. I haven't seen much. Yeah, I checked it myself. I haven't seen nothing. I do have some News Nation videos to play and such. We still got another hour and a half to go. What a cool video. Oh my gosh. Is he drunk, passed out? Thank you. I appreciate that, Brandy Joe. And really, it's everybody that's in the atmosphere here. Like, I just do a lot of the reporting, and they're the ones that make it so comfy. So I thank them. I love this video too, Kez Chick. This is a beautiful video showing their person. She's quite the character. Zeta's quite the damn character, man. My gosh. My gosh. Quite the character. That. Quite the character. That was a beautiful video. I'm so glad that Crime Stories Obsessed UK put that up there. Definitely, if you're not following Crime Stories Obsessed UK, please do. We do watch a decent amount of videos from her channel, and that's good people. Thank you, Kez Chick. I'm glad you guys feel that way, seriously. They said Xana was always the life of the party. I bet, because, I mean, when she was throwing the fucking garbage towards the trash can, or in the beginning of that video when she was playing beer pong and missed, and then the little fucking dance that she did, that shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious. That was a great video. I don't know, it came across my breaking news, and I was like, oh, I need to play something like that. Damn it, why did it go to the fucking top again? This shit needs to stop, YouTube. All right, there we go. Let's talk about it. There's someone here for 21 minutes. I don't know, not right now. News Nation. Affidavit, traffic, and cell phone. We kind of went through that a lot. We can check that out in a second. Affidavit links DNA. Okay, I do want to see what this one is. What this News Nation video is here.
Yes.
Accused Idaho University killer, he gave one-word answers in a court hearing today. Police say DNA on a knife sheath matches Brian Koberger, the man you saw. Police released the probable cause of what they think happened inside a University of Idaho off-campus apartment, including the bizarre detail that a roommate of the four victims saw a man in all black with a ski mask walking through the house after they heard crying, except they didn't call 911. They waited 8 hours to call 911. They found their roommates dead the next morning. Brian Enton is our man in Moscow, Idaho. He followed the alleged killer from his family's home in Pennsylvania. Brian, good to see you. Thank you. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit, and now we just have more questions.
We do have questions, but man, it was loaded full of information, 19 pages long, Leland. Perhaps the most jaw-dropping part of it is what you just mentioned, the fact that one of the roommates saw the killer. It was our understanding until today that both of the surviving roommates were asleep through the entire attack, but at least one of them was awake, heard screams, heard the dog barking, heard some talking upstairs, and then says she saw a man in a mask that covered his nose and mouth, described him as having bushy eyebrows, walk right by her. She says that she stood frozen in a shock phase and that she then saw him go out the back sliding door.
I don't
That
know.
was
Something-
sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock in
Something
the
is
morning.
so
And you
odd
mentioned it, Leland.
about
They didn't call
that.
911 until 11:58 a.m. So that was one big development today. Also, we learned really how they tracked down the accused killer. First of all, it was through the white Hyundai Elantra. They got a description. Then they started pinging his cell phone, realized that he was around the house where the murders happened before and after the murders, and that he was around that house 12 times before the murders. And then finally, the nail in the coffin was DNA. They went out to his parents' house where he was around the holidays in Pennsylvania. They went into the trash, the FBI agents. They got something from the trash where they could match it up with the DNA, and they matched it up with the DNA that was on the knife sheath.
Yeah, to be fair, for all the criticism of the police there, as we read this, it seems as though they did a
Very
pretty,
odd.
incredible job piecing this together. Brian, I want to keep you as part of the conversation. I'll bring in Greg McCary, FBI agent for over 20 years who worked in the behavioral science unit. Greg, this just continues to trouble me as soon as I read it. You've got a witness who says,
Nice.
I heard dog barking, I heard
Congrats,
screaming,
family.
there was crying, and then I see a man in a ski mask with bushy eyebrows, dressed in all black, walking out the house in this dazed stare, and I just go back to sleep.
Well, welcome to the world of law enforcement. We have to play the hands we're dealt, and unfortunately,
Right.
not everything works out as we would like it. Obviously, you'd like the call right away, so you can have an immediate response and get on it. But unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, and that's what happened.
I know.
For whatever reason, I have no idea.
I
Only-
guess at the same time, though, it makes you sort of wonder about the rest of the case. In other words, if there's more here.
Like what's his name? Sean Hannity last night when we were watching that video, and he was like to the mom, you know, your daughter you'll never see again. And I'm just like, what? Or the other reporter that said that he was on the knife's edge. It's like, dude, you're talking about a fucking stabbing, and that's what you're gonna use for a metaphor? Or
You worked in behavioral sciences, which is
like,
also
whoa.
sort of the idea of profiling. Koberger, 28 years old, grad student in criminology at a university not far away from the murder site. He was arrested in Pennsylvania back near his parents' house, charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of felony
right,
burglary. From everything you've seen in the case of the probable cause affidavit and what we matched up with Koberger, does it fit the profile, no pun intended?
Yeah, it is pretty typical in a way that, again, homicidal violence is typically by males in their 20s, and that's what we have here. You have a criminally inexperienced guy. I mean, he has some academic training, which doesn't create her, but it gives him some information. He had made a feeble attempt, I think, to conceal him being at the crime scene by turning off the cell phone. But of course, his car was caught around the area. And the cell phone isn't pinging anywhere else, interestingly enough, during the time frame. And we've got his DNA at the scene, or what appears to be, and certainly they pulled DNA from him, so they'll get a direct match. I assume so here in the near future.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Leland Vietert? I never really watched him before. See, this is what it shows up for me on chat. Elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough. You guys get the emojis. I get these. This is what I get. Square, square, square. CO, square, 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 square. Square, square, square. That's what I get. This does not make sense. It don't, does it, Kez Chick? Elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough. All right, let me go to the next video. Oh, boy. Why doesn't it show up on StreamYard, you know? Seriously. They're fucking emojis. Square. Elbow cough. Fucking crazy. Okay. That video was okay. Not enough to be keeping it. Apartment search, rolling crime scene, won't escape forensics. That is damn sure. Let's see what they say, though, about it. Lawn Crime Network. And I think I got that FBI video in here, too. But let me go to this one next. It's like, why don't they show emojis? I love them. They're cartoons in chat. You can do so many things with them, you know? All right, so this one right here. Rolling crime scene. Brian Koberger's Hyundai won't escape forensic. Death investigator says. This is the channel, and I will throw up the link to the video in chat once we start playing it so you can have it for yourself as well. There we go. Medals.
After Brian Koberger arrived
Yeah,
in Idaho,
congrats.
what will be the police's job on the
This
case?
dude is so badass.
Well, at that point in time, you want to keep him, secured. Obviously, that's going to be part and parcel of this. And I would imagine if they haven't done it already, they may have done this in Pennsylvania. They're going to request from him some type of biological sample, and generally that's going to
We just watched
consist
that
of
one.
them doing a buccal mucosal swab or a cheek scraping. Some people refer to it as that, to collect it from the specific source. And so they're going to go back.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind this just a little bit. I just wanted to let you guys know, if you it just came out 4 minutes ago, that Kaylee Goncalves' dad Steve will be live on Banfield at 10 p.m. tonight. Ooh, I need to follow that Profiling Evil on Twitter. So if you guys don't know, Kaylee Goncalves' dad Steve will be on live Banfield at 10 p.m. tonight. Get back to this.
Or a cheek scraping. Some people refer to it as that, to collect it from the specific source. And so they're going to go back as a confirmatory at that point in time to, kind of shore things up. Here's one more piece to this that we have to keep in mind. There's a whole bounty of evidence that has yet to come forward. And, one of the things I'm very interested in as a forensic science guy is that car. Because in my opinion, that car did not make it back to Idaho. More than likely, either working with Pennsylvania State Police
that's cool,
or
Phantom.
the FBI. That vehicle would have gone or has gone to an evidence processing location that has a garage, Jesse.
Yeah.
And right now, they are taking this thing apart from stem
Little
to stern.
yes.
Trust me on this.
I bet
They're
you.
going through that car because I have contended all along.
Yeah, there's gonna be some in a crack somewhere. I'm telling you, if it's not in the fabric, which it's damn near impossible. I mean, fucking pretty much impossible, unless you're replacing shit. Which then that's gonna have a paper trail. Or you ain't going to be doing it by yourself. And if you do it by yourself and you're not trained in how to do that shit, it's definitely going to be fucking obvious. But it's going to be in a little crack somewhere if the dude cleaned his shit.
That this car, obviously it's going to have Koberger's DNA in it. You would expect that to be there. But if they get in that car and they find any DNA that's associated with these poor kids that were slaughtered in that house, this is important. My contention has been is that car is a rolling crime scene in and of itself. And it has to be handled with kid gloves at this point. So they're going to take...
Yeah, with kid gloves, that's for sure, dude. That's right. It was supposed to be the 4th or the 5th, wasn't it, SRB? That's right. In 20 minutes. Yep. I don't know what... I mean, we'll have the dad interview on tomorrow night, because I'm always... If I was a morning show, we'd have it in the morning, but I'm not. And if I paid $69.99 for fucking Hulu, then I'd be able to watch News Nation live, but son of a bitch, I ain't paying $70 for Hulu. That shit's ridiculous. That shit's ridiculous. $70.
This thing apart piece by piece, and they're going to use every kind of technology that you can imagine on this thing. Everything.
Let us know what he says, though, Kib Kitty. If you're watching it, let us know what he says. It'll be cool to get a little info ahead of time.
From alternative lighting, the luminol or blue star or whatever they're using, they're going to take samples from all inside of this thing. The headliner's coming out, the seats are coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Everything, the gear lever. They're going to take a look at the carpet, the substrata beneath the carpet, everything, because it doesn't matter how hard you try to clean one of these things, you are not going to escape what we're capable of doing in forensics and recovering molecular evidence.
Ain't doing it.
So much of this affidavit is based on the car.
You ain't getting
is
it
based
clean.
on cameras capturing the car, seeing who it was registered to, seeing the movements of the car, having it track back to key locations of Brian Kohberger. I agree with you. That could be a rolling crime scene. Obviously, my concern would be
it could be something this teeny
like
tiny in the crack of a gear shifter.
Obviously, there could be problems there. And Joseph, if you want to jump on that real quick.
Yeah, I agree. However, the thing about it is this: if we were thinking perhaps if this car in fact was used as the conveyance to take him back to Pullman after those alleged events that night, there's a high probability, given the intimate nature of these killings, that he would have been super saturated with evidence, and that is going to transfer into the fabric, just the fabric alone. That's the only part I'm considering right now, not to mention all these points of contact. There's no way. There's a lot of stuff that will be kind of protected in this environment, and all it takes.
Just think about this, right? Excuse me. Just think about this. White Bronco. Just a couple little spots of blood, not much. 2 people. The person that did that crime didn't really get too much blood on them, and there was that much blood in the Bronco. This dude took out 4 people. Messy scene. It's gotta be somewhere in that car. It's gotta be.
Is to draw just a bit of DNA that's connected back to these victims. How's the defense going to explain that away? How do you explain? You might be able to do it with one person, but if you get a collection of 4 individuals that you've never met or they've never crossed paths, how do you explain that away inside the interior of that vehicle, particularly if it's evidence-rich blood evidence? That's the richest DNA that we can get.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, really, when you break it down in terms of...
That's a great point, is what it is. That dude is the shit. That's just my opinion. I know, that thing was dirty. Dirty. But, I mean, they were going through the Dakotas. It's got, I mean, you got Colorado, you got all them mountains. You got the Dakotas. I'm wondering why they took 2 hours longer to go back home. Why'd they take 2 hours longer? What was that about? Why are you on I-70 when you should have been on I-80/90? Why are you on a different interstate? That's what I'm wondering. Is that where the knife was dropped off? Let's take a couple hour out of the way trip because they already know I'm driving. They already know that I'm driving back to PA. So why don't we just go a little south and go to this? Hey, Dad, let's go to this landmark I've always wanted to go to real quick. Okay, son. So then they go to this landmark. He's got it stashed somewhere, and then, because there are some landmarks. You can look them up. There's some landmarks around here that you could literally chuck something, and it's so far down. Ain't nobody trying to go down there. If you do, you ain't getting down there alive. And it's just open wilderness. So was that little detour to go see a landmark, but really I'm on the low key gonna right? I don't know. That's what you would think that Brian knows he would be very much. You would think so, but geez, the way all the affidavit, it's like, bro, where was your research, man? Like you did all this shit. Your PhD and teacher's assistant and research study program and all this other shit. But then you read this affidavit and you're like, dude, you left so many breadcrumbs. I mean, you just grabbed them out of the bag and just tossed them like you're feeding freaking pigeons. You just tossing breadcrumbs all over, feeding pigeons. Did you guys work out what Brian said? I couldn't even figure it out. We tried figuring it out last night. We couldn't figure it out. I tried watching it a little bit. I had to be into work at 5:30 this morning. And I tried listening to it before ATS is live, and I don't know. It's the pronunciation of the words. It sounds like standing. Like seriously, it really sounds like standing early. It just doesn't make any damn sense. And I keep trying to rack my brain and like, what frickin' word would sound kind of like that? And I just can't think of anything. And then by the time we got ATS's live, then the affidavit gets released, his first court appearance. I'm like, shit, I can't wait until 7 tonight to get on to do a show. I need to get on there at 5:30. It's going to be a long show. I feel like I end them early as it is already. I'm not doing that tonight. Not tonight. So I'm getting on early as shit. And I need to get all this knocked out of the way. So instead of giving myself 3 hours, I'm giving myself 4.5 tonight. I know, thanks to you. Perfect scenario would be they have the knife far-fetched, but it would be great. I don't know. I think he ditched it. I know a lot of people are saying that they think he kept it. There's a lot of rest stops in between. There's a lot of gas stations you had to go to. You could have threw it in a McDonald's bag and then just threw it out at a gas station freaking garbage can. It could be in freaking Wisconsin, some Wisconsin landfill right now. It could be in South Dakota, fucking a half an hour south off the interstate in some unknown area in South Dakota. I mean, I don't think the dude kept it. I'm sure he put it in a place where it's pretty obvious. It would be really hard to freaking find it. Like I said, that 2-hour detour in Indiana, you're going to be on I-70 instead of I-80, I-90. He chucked it somewhere. He chucked it. And it ain't at his parents' house. I don't know if... Maybe he did bury it. I don't know about even burying it. Because then you can find it with a metal detector. I think this dude's... Listen to this. Sorry. You got Montana. North Dakota. South Dakota. Minnesota. Iowa. Indiana. None of them places have shit. Wide open area. Especially when you're up in it, because it wasn't snowing up there, right? But I mean, there's so many. Just think of all the national parks and all the wide open area of forest and flat land. When you're thinking of Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Indiana. There's I mean, nothing for forever. A lot of national parks, a lot of uh, a lot of uh, attractions or whatever, like your national forests. You got all sorts of just wide open areas. Even I'm just thinking of South Dakota right now. I can imagine how wide open South Dakota is. And you could literally just get off on an exit that's one gas station in the next 20 miles, go a half an hour south, dip the thing. You could turn your phone off. Comes back on when you get back on the interstate. It don't look like nothing. It looks like you dropped out for a minute. I don't know. I don't think he kept it. I know a lot of people are saying that they think he did, but yeah, and the sheath is a win for sure. That's I think that's one of the best parts of the evidence they could have. In a river. Hey, there's a lot of rivers in between, Hell, when we're talking about Madalena Kojikari, having from North Carolina to Michigan and all the space in between of the possibilities, from fucking Pullman, Washington to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, you talk about how much space? Psh, good luck. But he's yeah, right. He probably put it in his trunk. If according to the affidavit, he probably put it in his trunk. Kel, you're home. I thought it was going to be late. Baptismo? Are you on Lano? What? Okay, fine. He didn't keep it, but we can. No, he maybe he did. You know what I mean? Maybe he did. I don't feel like he did. I feel like there was so much room in between here and there that he just chucked it. Yeah, welcome home. Yeah, we've missed you. No, we missed you, Coat. Yeah, did you have a good time? I showed you pictures earlier. Yep, we showed some pictures. Thanks for being here, everybody. Baptismo is not human. It's a bot that throws out little messages so the people that do the modding in the chat can just focus on getting rid of sex bots and enjoying a bunch of conversation with everybody in chat. So I just have my little Baptismo throwing out little stuff. So that way nobody else has to do it. And look at that. He's got a picture today, everybody. Baptismo's got a picture now instead of just a blank default. You could be right. He is a bit dumb. Careful there, CJ. I will be more careful with what are you talking about? I didn't do nothing bad. What do you mean? I just showed the pictures. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Weighing evidence contained. Let's see. We watched the rolling crime scene one. That was a pretty good video. I like that one. I'm going to keep it. First court appearance. This is some Delphi stuff I've been saving throughout the last couple weeks that we'll get into at some point. Cell phone pings. I might want to go to that one. Let me see what else is up here. Why didn't she call the police? That is a great question, and that's a FBI denies. Yes, let's go to this one. I want to go ahead and play this one real quick. Law and Crime Network again. So let me post that in case you want to follow them too, and then I'll put the link of the video in chat once we start playing it so you can have that as well. FBI denies directing Brian Kohberger traffic stops for surveillance. law enforcement. And I got some coffee right here. Thank you. Chick Tracy, how you doing?
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, and we have a little bit of breaking news for you. Remember those traffic stops that we told you about on December 15th that were conducted of Brian Kohberger?
Breaking
in
news?
Indiana, one by the Hancock County
Breaking
Sheriff's
news?
Office, the other by Indiana State Police.
What?
Well, there was some reporting last night by another outlet saying that the FBI directed
Where's Scottish
law
Queen been?
enforcement to pull over Brian Kohberger, that the FBI directed those agencies to do so. I just got a statement in because I asked the Indiana State Police about this last night. I sent them an email and they just sent me a statement that originates from the FBI, and inquiries therein should be directed to that agency. It says, contrary to reports, the December 15th traffic stops conducted on the vehicle being driven by Brian Kohberger in Indiana were not requested or directed by the FBI. Jennifer Koffendorfer, we thought that these were pretext
Good evening,
stops,
chick.
possibly, especially the Indiana State Police one, because they didn't ask Brian Kohberger for his ID. FBI is coming out and saying they were not pretext stops. Your thoughts as a former FBI agent?
I'm surprised. I'm going to call it the way I see it.
I mean, SRB, seriously. Like, it could be, what if he did bury it, you know? He might, the dude had plenty of time. He was in PA for 2 weeks. Now, they were probably tracking him, but and this was just the affidavit. This was just to be able to arrest him. Who says he didn't have it somewhere in his parents' house? You know what I'm saying? So it could definitely be that. No doubt. No doubt. I know that breaking news popped up and I'm like, oh, I know she was sick for a while. Hey, Silky, how are you doing? A great video again. A great video again. I didn't get to see your newest one. I went live early tonight. Silky Southern Teas channel. Yeah, I went live early tonight. I was like, yeah, there's a lot to go over, and I want to make sure that I appreciate you hanging out while you're working. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got through it all. I hate feeling like I end the show early, which I feel like that every night, but I can't help that. I cannot help that, but I definitely, thanks to you guys and sending me the links and you know, doing the prep for me. You guys are the reason why I was even able to get on 5:30, because honestly, if I wouldn't have had you guys' help tonight, I probably would have had to bump it back a half an hour at least. So I really do appreciate you guys helping me out that way, for real. And if does anybody know, is there a way to make like a folder where we can all throw stuff in together and then I can just go to that folder from everything that we put in to the same thing? Do YouTube playlists work like that? Is there a way that we could, you know, connect and all throw our brain stew in the folder and then I grab it and we just go through it? So feel like going over that new roommate info. Isn't that crazy, Co? Isn't that crazy? I didn't even know. When we first started reading the affidavit, I was like, wait a minute, what? Second fucking floor. I'm like, am I getting this right? And they're like, yeah. Second floor. So then we used the Orbix 360 tour of the home. Because I'm like, okay, I need to see how in the hell this shit took place. Like how she says he walked by and all that stuff. So we went through the 360 tour and saw how she would be able to see them leaving and him not stop for, but it's weird though. You go to one bedroom, but you don't go to the other and you go upstairs. And then 8 hours, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out what that's all about, Yeah. All right, let me go back to this Jennifer Coffindoffer here. And let me go back to the question. All right, 1 second. Let me hit play.
Indiana State Police one because they didn't ask Brian Kohberger for his ID. FBI is coming out and saying they were not pretext stopped. Your thought, former FBI agent.
Long Crime Network.
I'm surprised. I'm going to call it the way I see it here, balls and strikes. And what I saw in there was, first of all, exactly in the times that I was involved in requesting a pretext, being in the follow car, exactly how I wanted things to play out. No ticket to be issued, no need to run them, get as much as you can, keep them occupied, talk a little bit. This was perfect. It was a perfect pretext stop, in my opinion, to determine who's in that car. Could they see any weapons? What was the demeanor of Mr. Kohberger? What exactly was the relationship between the two in the car? We know father and son. What did they have to say on the stop? So I'm quite surprised. I haven't seen that come out from the Bureau yet, but I understand the state police did. But as I mentioned before, I've seen now 3 different statements that are very contrary to one another.
Ooh.
And I'm left a little bit in confusion over what really happened and why it really happened.
Ooh.
Yeah, it seems awfully coincidental too. You're following 2 close stops, within a short time of one another. But the feds, the FBI, I mean, they rarely come out and say anything about an ongoing investigation. That's what.
And they're coming out saying, no, it wasn't us. So maybe it was some other collaborative effort with who knows. I don't know. Yeah, I emailed her, Kib Kitty. I did see her hop on earlier. She must not be in here anymore. Justice, if you're there, I sent you an email about the screenshot. You're the only one that has the key for it, and I need the key. I only got to read the headline. Like, seriously, I got on here shortly after getting home. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, she's on the 2nd floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. DM is the one that moved to bedroom 2A. Okay. Bedroom 2A. The bedroom that is right next to the stairs that go up to the 3rd floor. Here, I'll go back to that real quick and show you real quick, okay? Just to give you an idea. Click here to go to the new tour. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump up here. All right, so here's bedroom 2B, okay? There's bedroom 2B. That's the bedroom that E and X are in. Bedroom 2A is right there. Okay. DM says that the person that was dressed in black with the ski mask, bushy eyebrows, 5'10" or taller, skinny, but athletic in a way, was walking this way. She cracked open the door. This is the time that she's seen this. Okay, she cracked open the door 3 other times before this, I think. So the person is walking this way. Here, let me. Person's walking this way. She has the door cracked, so her view only goes from here out to like here, okay? She claims, or in the affidavit, it's written that they were walking, this person was walking this way. That's why she says he was walking towards her and then went out the sliding glass door, right? So this is why you get, she could have had that door barely cracked. What I don't understand is why the person walks by another bedroom. I don't know. I don't understand that yet. But walking this way, she sees through the crack of the door the person walking towards her, which they are. Then they turn this way and exit out the sliding glass door. So that is maybe what the headline you were talking about. All right, that was Law and Crime Network. Let's see. So either FBI messed up or NDB. No, nobody is screwing up necessarily. It seemed very odd that 2 stops within a recent time period for the same reason, and only one of them asked for the ID. It just seemed like it was some kind of collection, some kind of collaborative effort, some operation. Yes, Kez Chick. Operation Weasel. I'm creeping for a minute. What's up, Cassie? Oh, you're back? Yeah, DM. Yeah, sorta. Oh, we got about another half hour, 45 minutes. If y'all, but, you know, however you can hang. I appreciate it. And thank you. Seriously, I can't thank you guys enough for helping me out today with these links and stuff. Seriously. So you don't... Who don't know each other? Chick Tracy, I tried messaging the girls. Have you? No school night. He's sleeping. No school night. That's cool. Tomorrow's Friday. Utter, what's up? How you doing? Thanks for hopping in. Kez Chick, hey there, girl. Oh, okay. Kelt's asking. Okay. Any words exchange? Utter, hi, sweetheart. Glad you're here. You guys are so welcoming to the people you even know. That's why I appreciate you. Look at that. That's why it's so comfortable in here, because everybody's so fucking cool. So chill. The same kind of vibes, you know? The same vibes, the same oxygen. And when we have that same kind of oxygen, we have that atmosphere. And ain't nobody coming in here with carbon dioxide. Oh, I dig what you're saying. Usually it's the other way around over here. Thank you. Sweet. Holy crap, the chat. Don't forget I sent you that Facebook page. Oh, that's why you came back in. Did you want me to click on that real quick? The 2 survivors must be traumatized. They gotta be. But I don't know. Something just don't seem right, chick. Something just don't seem right, Chick Tracy. Showing style of shoe. It's okay. Cass, tell Linky Grandma said go. Oh, you guys are crazy. Talking cryptic. We chill cause you chill. No, we chill cause you chill. Cause if you guys weren't chill, then I wouldn't be fucking chill, would I? I'd be. We do it in here. It's awesome. Yeah. It's beautiful. You might have to join the face group first at CJ. Hey, Jody is cool. What Facebook group? What Facebook group? Hey, gang. Did the survivor exchange any words with BK? No words. No words. Here, I will go to the... here, let me go... Here, first, if you guys want a 360 tour of this, I'll send you... Here's the link to the 360 tour right here, okay? So if you'd like to have this, enjoy. 360 tour. It's a beautiful fucking thing. All right. Now I'm going to go to... let me see. Let's go to the affidavit. All right. Here's the affidavit. I'll put this in chat as well, so you guys can have that too. Go ahead and feast on that. Look at all those emojis. Phantom's happy. His hockey team won tonight. Hockey team won. The group with the inside looking Reddit comments. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's right. I got my video. I am going to click on that. Did you find me, EvilleCJ? CJ Utter, CJ Chick Tracy, Aussie Jen, and Coach Chick. We go by. Oh, okay. Are you guys like your own... Are any of you content creators? Listen, if you're another content creator in here, will you do me a favor and email me your links and stuff? Because I would love to, with you guys, so being cool and helping out with the conversation, brain stew links and all this stuff. I'd love to promote you guys too. Not that I'm anybody special, but I mean, if there's any other content creators in here, seriously, send me your shit. I'll put together a little thing, and when you hop in, kaboom, hey. I could barely read yeah, it is tough. It is tough. It's sneaking. Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, where'd Cherry come from? I saw her hop in earlier. CJ can get cray opposite of chill at Kelt. You remember that one time? What? When it's defending my character? Or a dumpster fire? Which one are you talking about? Because both of them I was kind of upset. Fucking ridiculous shit. Mama bear my country. I will defend my character, and I'm not gonna be. I think that I've handled the whole situation pretty damn fucking good, and I don't think most people would be able to handle the situation that the way I handled it, and the way I've been handling it, because it's been a lot of fucking BS. And I've been about that peace and positive. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's whatever. As long as I'm coming from a good spot, I don't give a shit. I do it with good reason. Chick Tracy Jody is at work. Wait, what are we talking? I don't know. What are you talking about, Cherry? I'm a Pens fan for pro. Yeah, what are we talking about, Cherry? Remember that one time, Coat? Those are the only 2 times I got upset. And the first time I wasn't that upset. It's when I did the clearing up confusion video. That's when I was fucking pissed. I'm like, I had enough of this shit. You're good. Next episode. I had enough of this shit. Mama Bear, huh? I'm a Flyers fan professionally. Oh, I thought we were playing around about the time CJ while figuring out the lights. I thought we were too. I don't know what she's talking about. She just said, remember that one time? I don't know. I don't know when I went cray. But yeah, when I get into my when I get into my figuring out sleuth shit, yeah, I do get a little I don't know. Some people like it. I don't know what. I think there's only one person that considers it cray cray, and that's Cherry Cherry. I think everybody else was like, dude, you need to do shorts. You need to do YouTube shorts out of this shit. I'm just like, I wish I could figure this shit out. I'm so new to this shit. And if I had the damn time, I mean, shit, I would love somebody else. If somebody else thinks I have something cool to fucking say, or something I said was interesting, or something I said or checked out should be fucking made out of something, shit, just let me know. And if you can do it, do it. But use me. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. A lot of the time it's just organic, so it's just shit that's coming off the fucking, it's that brain stew. You just keep mixing it and you're like, you keep smelling it and you're like, oh wait, no wait, oh wait, this idea, because this scent, this new smell, makes you think something else. So you're like, ooh, wait a minute. You just keep stirring it and smelling it, it's good shit. They expected him to be a bigger monster. They couldn't believe this was the guy that did that to hear their daughter and the other the oh really so that's what so just some regular stuff. I have so much. Sidney Crosby, I haven't heard of his name in forever. I remember when Mario Lemieux was like training him or something, right? Side note, CJ, what games do you play? I play Fortnite. I do need to get back into Warzone. I play GTA. I play a lot of game show games. Wheel of Fortune, Trivial Pursuit. I love playing Jackbox with everybody. If you have Twitch or you'd like to download it, and if you want to check out the Jackboxing with CJ, that's when a lot of us from the podcast hopped over to Twitch and played game shows together, Trivia Murder Party and stuff. It was pretty fun. I'd definitely like to do that again if everybody would like to do that. Maybe Saturday night. Maybe we can get together Saturday night after the podcast and play some Jackbox TV after the podcast on some Twitch. Kitty, I can't imagine having to see that person. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine? Please hit the like if you haven't already either. Do I play Path of Titans? I checked it out and it looks really cool, but the next video game I'm going to get is Police Simulator. That's the next video game is Police Simulator. But right now I'm doing a Sims character, and I've only done 4 episodes. So I got some more Sims I got to play too. I thought seeing him in court today, he looked, I don't know where to say, but I don't know. It looked to me like he was annoyed. The way he kept clenching his jaw and he kept blinking and the swallowing and, yeah, trivia, I love that Jackbox. If you guys want to do it Saturday night, I'm putting the word out right now. If you guys want to hang out Saturday night on some Jackbox after the podcast, let's do it. Yeah, EvilleCJ. I'm just learning. I just learned how to cook gourmet meals, and I'm getting pretty good on the guitar in that game too. I think I'm this close to going to perform in public for some tips. But I'm not like my dude does not like being a painter, so I need to think of a new career. Because he keeps coming home crabby as shit every day, and then he gets happy when he starts eating and playing his guitar, and then we're all good. But it's when he's coming home, he's like, argh! It's really good, but I have no buddies. I've been summoned to the bathroom, guys. See ya. Uh-oh. Cass, you are hours behind in time, so you'll probably be up for the Twitch games with them. That's late for me. Oh, come on, SRB. You just mix a couple of those drinks like a couple other people do, and that trivia make you stay up. It's fun. Mario, I miss Mario. You know what I really do miss is Wii golf. I loved being able to play golf in my fucking living room with my Wii. I love playing golf in real life. Oh, I miss playing golf with the Wii so much. And bowling. Golf and bowling. Have a good night, Cassie. Thank you. Until yeah, Cassie, I'll wait. I'll go to that that link, see if I need to join some Facebook group or whatever, and then if we need to look into it. I got plenty of time. If I can't get accepted to that Facebook group, I got my video from like 2 days ago where we went over all that stuff, and I can just pull it off my past show. I just need to figure out what show it was, because I don't fucking remember. I think it was like 2 days ago, something like that. You know, once I started putting episode numbers on them, I'm like, yeah, well, then I can start remembering what episode is what's on what and what episode and shit. I don't know. There's so much stuff that's coming out and so many links and so many articles. It's just like, yes, R.I.P. for sure. What a beautiful video we watched of the funny times of them. That was a great video, just to see all the personalities. Mario video. Oh, were you talking? I have to make the drinks to keep me. Yeah, just put some cubes in there and just stir it a little bit. You know, with the Sprite. With that Sprite, it's easy on the stomach. All right, let me check. There was some other News Nation stuff here. Let me see what else. Police use DNA. Yeah. Oh, I did want to watch this one because I like what she has to say. And I think would be a good watch. Top 5 revelations from Brian Kohberger affidavit. Kelt, I will definitely send that link to you. If you don't want to look it up, I'll send it to you. I'll put it up in chat in a second. That'll probably really help you out. But definitely give that affidavit a read through. And if you don't want to read it, you can just go back to the beginning of the show. And the first 15 minutes was the first court appearance, if you wanted to see that. And then after that is when we started to get into the affidavit. And it was real quick in the beginning of the affidavit that we got into the whole second floor, another bedroom being occupied kind of stuff. So it does take about 2.5 hours to go through the affidavit, but there's a lot of stuff in there, seriously. All right, let me go to this one real quick. Former FBI agent breaks down Idaho killings, details in newly unsealed affidavit. And if there's anything else anybody would like to go over tonight before the show's done, go ahead and type it in chat, and I'll make sure I look up something about that, and then we can get to that. Otherwise, I'm going to go to this one next. So I'm interested to hear what the top 5 are. And thank you, everybody, for being here with me. And thank you so much for your help today, guys. Seriously. I would have been late. So thank you.
So I have kind of 2 thoughts on that. I think, and not to be graphic, I do think that, when you stab 4 people, that takes a lot of energy and a lot of exertion. And I do think part of it was that he was tired, quite frankly. I personally, the evidence that was released in this probable cause affidavit, I'm not certain that he planned on killing all 4 of them or expected all 4 of them to be there. And so I think that he may have been in such a daze and such a state that he just walked right by that roommate and didn't necessarily see her, although she said that she saw him. Now, if she was in a state of shock can take hours, days, weeks sometimes to wear off. And so that very well may have been the case with her. I know a lot of folks are sort of upset with her for not calling the police, but it's really hard to put yourself in a situation like that. And I'm not sure that at the top of her mind, she had thought that, 4 of her roommates had been murdered. My other thought on why he spared the dog, and I know this might seem a little strange, is that he is a very strict vegan. We know this. We know that he had asked his aunts and uncles to prepare food in separate pans. I wonder if he spared the dog simply because of the way that he views animals and that he just doesn't consume them. Because a lot of times, unfortunately, what I have seen in situations like this, animals that make noise are typically one of the first things that are killed in situations like this. So I really do think, especially now that I hear that the dog was barking and causing commotion, I do believe that may have been one of the reasons that the dog was spared.
Absolutely. And we also learned that the dog was barking in that affidavit. Brian, I want to go back to this knife sheath. Again, so many people had wondered, about a weapon. So we know that they found the sheath. We know that there was corresponding DNA found on that sheath as well. And just talk about where this item was found.
Yeah, so the knife sheath was found on the bed next to one of the victims, right next to one of the victims. This suspect, according to the police, turned off his cell phone when he actually committed the murders. They say trying to evade law enforcement, possibly knowing that they could have pinged the cell phone in the area. But he apparently made a big mistake by leaving that knife sheath behind right there on the bed. On the button on the knife sheath, there's a button where it closes. On that button is where they found DNA. And then when they went to the Kohberger's trash can in Pennsylvania and tested the item from the trash can, it is the DNA from the button on the knife sheath that connected back to Brian Kohberger in that DNA from the trash can.
All right, now I want to piggyback off that with you, Tracy. So the affidavit also says that DNA that Brian is talking about that was found, it was found on the second crime scene analysis. Talk to us about that process and what that actually means.
So really, and we had seen this multiple times on different news stations documenting this, was that teams were coming in and out of that house at various times and doing different sweeps at various times. It looks like they found the footprint at one point, and then at another point, they found kind of cellular material close to the footprint that might be able to be pulling DNA from it. And so those kinds of things take time. In a situation like that, kind of your first order of business is to swab the blood, swab whatever visible DNA you can find. In a situation like that, in that button part of the knife sheath, which I gotta say, I echo what Brian said. I am shocked that he left that behind, given, he's working towards his PhD in criminology. And I think ego is a big part of this. You can't see that with the naked eye. And so something like that would have been done in the second, third, or fourth kind of combing through of the crime. So you don't just go through a crime scene once, because there are so many things and so many overwhelming things that can be missed.
Absolutely. And this is such a big crime scene. All right, Brian, I
thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Man, sometimes they cut that shit off early as shit and you're not ready for it. They keep saying DNA, not print, so was it blood? I'm confused, SRB, honestly, because to me it seemed like they said the genealogy or whatever link, but then it said print, right? It said print on the button, right? Or did it just say DNA on the button? I thought it said print. But my brain is a little mush. Let's go to this. Maybe this will tell us here. Law and Crime Network. Shit. I should have clicked on the... Here. Son of a bitch. That's my bad. You know better. You know better, CJ. Come on. Come on. Dang. Come on. What do you... Nah. It's going to hell. All right. Law and Crime. These are the ones that reported about the FBI ones as well. Phantom, the resident bartender.
Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Touch DNA from the button. Okay.
We go over the 5 biggest revelations from the newly unsealed University of Idaho murder case. I'm joined by my co-host Anjanette Levy and legendary former homicide detective Bill Waters. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Well, Well, I will tell you that I was not expecting this amount of detail in the probable cause affidavit. This was an affidavit from Moscow police officer Brett Payne in support of an arrest warrant of Brian Kohberger. Now, Kohberger has officially been extradited back to Idaho after his arrest in Pennsylvania. He now faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary for allegedly stabbing to death University of Idaho students Madison Mogen, Zahner Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez inside of their off-campus home. Their bodies were found on November 13th of last year. Kohberger has had his initial appearance in Idaho court. No bail was set. He was read the charges. He's due back in court January 12th for a status hearing that will precede a preliminary hearing. But we have to talk about this probable cause affidavit. 19 pages. It has been released, and wow, just wow. Let me bring in my co-host here on Sidebar and correspondent for the Law and Crime Network, Anjanette Levy, who's live in Idaho right now. And we also have with us legendary former homicide investigator Phil Waters, who's been following this case from the very beginning. It's great to have you both on. Phil, I am going to start with you. You called it.
And the type of knife that they're talking about is the United States Marine Corps K-bar. So when I saw this, my thought is this person prior military? So the specific weapon, if they're talking about a K-bar, which is what this is, then there's a possibility that they need to look into military background of some kind.
Okay.
You called it. We asked you about a month ago about the murder weapon, which hasn't been recovered.
Maybe Law and Crime Sidebar should have had ATS News on there, and then they could have been saying the same shit about her instead of this guy. Give me a break, dude.
And you pretty much nailed it, because this is from the affidavit. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed.
You got a different picture every time.
The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it.
Brandy.
The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the buttons of the knife sheath. Phil, what do you think?
Well, I tell you, I don't know that I nailed.
I remember ATS saying it, and I didn't even think there was a connection at that time, and I remember her saying it. So, whatever, Law and Crime. We knew who broke that.
The first part of that was that.
Now I'm gonna put her link up there in case anybody's not following ATS News.
Being a K-bar, and 1 + 1 still equals 2. So, I
definitely give her a sub.
In fact, I think
great Chris Watts documentary she just had too.
Bar that I have in that same type of sheath sitting in my office at my home. So I just think it's interesting that as brilliant as he has been portrayed.
All right, dude. I'm gonna at least say goodnight to Kib Kitty. Kib Kitty, thank you for hanging out. I'm glad you're feeling better. No, don't worry about being sorry, really. I started 4 hours ago. You've been hanging out for 4 hours. I appreciate you, Kib Kitty. I'm glad you're feeling better. I hope you have a peaceful, restful night, and you wake up with a zest of energy in the morning. Yeah, get some rest. You too, Kez Chick. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. Utter. I see you, gorgeous, said Brandy. Good night, Kez. Thank you so much for being in here. Yeah, definitely give ATS News a sub if you're not. Great documentaries over there. Good night.
That it was like a 99-point significant because the affidavit.
Also tell us the significance of
Skip
the
that
DNA
guy.
on that sheath and how they were able to match it back to Kohberger.
Well, it's incredibly significant because the affidavit says that the DNA came from a single male contributor, and they were able to determine that it came from Brian Kohberger. But the way they were able to determine that, according to the affidavit, was through going through his father's trash at the home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where Brian Kohberger was later arrested. And it said that it was like a 99.99998% match or something, some crazy, percentage likely to be the son of Michael Koberger. So there's been a lot of discussion and reporting out there that this happened through genetic genealogy, that they were able to get the dad's DNA through that. And so we're thinking maybe that's likely true, since it discussed that in the probable cause affidavit. They went through the trash, got some items of DNA from that trash, and were able to make an identification and link things together through there.
And Anjanette, just real quick follow-up. We don't know if, where the knife was purchased. If I know there was talk about whether or not Koberger's father was former military, but nothing like that. We don't have any indication, right?
We have no indication of that. One of our viewers asked a question about that, whether or not maybe his father had once been in the military. But, this is the type of thing where you could probably find this online or the pawn shop, what have you. They may be, out there floating around.
Okay, so now, Phil, I want to bring your attention to this, because later on in the affidavit, they said a short time later, DM, who, by the way, is the roommate, it was one of the two roommates on the ground, surviving roommate. I use that word interestingly because this is what she said. In the affidavit, she said that she heard, or she thought that she heard, was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything. When she heard the comment about someone being in the house, DM said that she opened the door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." DM opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM, stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. She said she did not recognize the male, and this leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. We had no idea this happened, Phil. What's your reaction to that?
I think that is just good police work in terms of what was released at the beginning of this thing. We were told at the beginning that the roommates on the first floor heard nothing, and there were a lot of pundits, a lot of people offering their opinions that was just amazing, that couldn't have happened, and this
right,
and so on.
Right.
That was supposed to be revealed at that time, and I think, I don't know this for certain, but my reading of that would be that was done for the protection of those witnesses, and did not want to let anyone know that they had in fact seen more than what was conveyed in the initial press release.
But dude,
Phil, does it make it odd?
All of them females that were living in that fucking community for 70 fucking days that had no idea. What about the single moms that had a baby that didn't have somebody to walk with them to get their baby some freaking formula in the middle of the fucking night? So instead of having some kind of information, she decides that, you know what, I'll just wait till the morning. Man, come on. All of them females in that community scared shitless that they can't even go to the damn bathroom by themselves because there was nothing being given to them to help them feel any kind of comfort. Give me a goddamn break. I'm sorry.
This is true. Why wouldn't he have killed her? And the second question is, why did she not immediately make a phone call?
Oh my
We
gosh.
know that a phone call was
Sorry.
made from that residence, either from her or the other roommate.
Amber is
noon the
amazing,
next
Chick
day.
Tracy.
What's your response to people who are questioning this?
I love her.
Well, people do different things under stress. And while it's detailed in the affidavit that she saw these things, we don't know that he saw anything. He's moving around in the dark. He's got this mask over his nose and his mouth. He's already done what he's going to do, or he's on his way to do it. He's already focused on where he's headed, and whether it's to leave, and apparently it's to leave the structure. So he's not getting distracted with things going on around him. And remember, it's dark in there. So there's certainly, what it indicates to me is that he didn't see her. She saw him, which which was certainly to her benefit.
Yeah, and you know, there's also, like you said, how do you judge somebody in that position for what they did? Maybe she froze, maybe she panicked. And Jeanette, I gotta
maybe
talk-
he didn't see her because he had too much sweat and blood in his fucking eyes. He had to be sweating. And then how are you supposed to wipe that off? You know, he had to, I mean, his vision had to be somewhat cloudy, and plus the dark. That's the only way I can think he just walked. But I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me still. You go to one bedroom and then another bedroom and then you don't go to another one. I don't know. It's weird.
I'll give you a final word on that.
To address the lack of a phone call at that point in time.
Something don't make sense.
She locked the door and she was away from it, and she saw the guy leave. So maybe she thought at that point, he's gone. You know, I'm locked in and we're done here, not having any idea what had actually happened.
And Jeanette, I got to go to some of the biggest piece of evidence. I mean, how did they track him, right? We talked about the DNA. The cell phone evidence I find to be so crucial. Can you briefly summarize for our listeners and our viewers the significance of the cell phone evidence?
The cell phone evidence is incredibly significant. And one of the key pieces there is the fact that his cell phone pinged off of a tower on the night of the murders at certain points in time. But during a period of time in that window, there's no signal from this cell phone. And I think that's really interesting. And it doesn't come back on. That cell phone doesn't start pinging against a tower again until after police believe the homicide.
440 something.
Also, that cell phone evidence, according to the affidavit, shows that he was in the area of that home on at least 12 occasions between August and November 13th. That August stopped one of the instances in which his phone was determined to be in.
That's what I'm not understanding either, Kel. I mean, I get having anxiety, I get freaking out, I get panic attack, I get all of it. Totally understand it. That's a scary fucking situation, right? To have something like that happen and the person that committed those crimes walking towards you and right by you. Totally understand. What I don't understand, 8 hours. We all have a moral and human obligation, regardless of what or why. Regardless of what or why. We all have a moral and human obligation to call the proper authorities when anything is taking place as such. 8 hours. That's what I don't understand.
That area of the King Road house.
We will.
Was on August 21st of that year.
We will in the
pulled over
future.
At 11:40 p.m. Near the house for a seatbelt violation, and that's a Sunday night. So.
And you call the friends first as well. Not only 8 hours later, but you call the friends first. I don't know. Something is just. We'll find out in the future. Something's just odd.
You would think a PhD student, if it was indeed him and his phone.
I'm going to tell you right now, if it was me in that position, I understand waiting. After an hour, if you don't hear nothing after an hour, because how in the hell am I going to be going to sleep after some shit like that? I ain't going to sleep at all. Shit, I might be up for a few days. But I sure as hell ain't going to sleep when some shit like that happened and I don't know what the fuck's going on. And I guarantee you, I'm going to be having my ear next to that fucking bottom of the door, hearing if I hear any kind of sound. After an hour, I'm going to find something in the room that I can defend myself with. After an hour, I'm going to check it out. I don't know. I just don't understand.
in this area. Remember, he's maintaining his innocence. Why is he out and about at 11:40 p.m. at night? So the cell phone evidence in this case, I think, is very significant. I don't think you can hang your hat on it entirely. It's just another kind of piece of the mosaic that is going to, paint this picture that they kept talking about. Law enforcement kept saying they were getting new pieces of information that really painted a picture of what happened that night. And I think it's just another piece of the puzzle or that picture.
Yeah, so there was a question about if he was stalking the victims. Well, as we said, 12 times before this night, they have the cell phone in this key location, by the house. And as you mentioned, his cell phone turns off during the time of the murders and then comes back on right afterwards. So that's significant. Phil, we talk about how this guy, the suspect is a criminology student, has this interest in criminology, and yet leaving this breadcrumb of trails.
That's a good point too, Chick Tracy. I honestly, I'm serious. I don't know. I don't know what took place. None of us do, right? But I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of negligence on that person's part. I would not be surprised if there's some charges coming their way too. Would not be surprised. That's almost obstruction or some kind of, that has to be something where you wait 8 hours to call in a crime that you witnessed. Because I'm sorry, in any other freaking case, you're going to be a freaking suspect right off the bat. But we don't know the reasons. They said that they didn't feel all the way back in the beginning, they didn't feel that they had anything to do with the crime. It's very odd. But damn, points like Chick Tracy just made, you wonder who could have been saved. Exactly. Can you I'm telling you, I wish I could share what was emailed to me, but I can't repeat those words, and I'm not going to show them on the screen. So I got to figure out. SRB knows what I'm talking about.
Evidence is one thing. Phil, let's talk about the car itself, the white Hyundai Elantra, which we were all on the search for, because based on this affidavit, to give everybody an idea about the car, there were cameras tracking the car's movement for a long time. And there was even one surveillance video where they see him exit the car. So we know that it belongs to him. We know it's registered to him. They have this car leaving WSU at 2:44 in the morning on the night of the murders. It makes its way to Moscow. It initially makes passes of the house in the early morning hours. It enters the area at 4:04 a.m. and then drives fast from that crime scene at 4:20 a.m. and then is back in Washington at 5:25 a.m. Again, what is your reaction to the way police were able to track him?
Just good old-fashioned detective work. I said from the beginning that that's what's going to crack this case, and that's what they did. These guys hit the grindstone.
All right,
and
dude.
put their noses to it. And one of the first things they're going to do, and we've talked about this before, Jesse, is that they're going to go out there and they're going to try to draw from any kind of video surveillance evidence that they can draw from. And that's exactly what they did. In reference to the cell phone, I guess he was brilliant enough to turn it off when he was in there doing what he was allegedly doing. But he wasn't smart enough or didn't think about the fact that he needed to turn it off the entire time he's making his reconnaissance of that structure.
Reconnaissance.
Andrea, we got about a minute. I want to.
It's funny he uses the word reconnaissance. like after we read this affidavit, like we're supposed to feel this dude was calculated. Like prepared. Oh, give me a break. He left so many fucking breadcrumbs. He was feeding pigeons. Just throwing that feed out there. My Lord. But that DNA, that's an interesting point you keep bringing up, Kelt. Seriously. Here, I thought it was some kind of completely different DNA, like we all thought it was. And, yeah, thanks for opening my eyes, Kelt. CJ, let me see here. Sorry, I'm getting to chat late here. CJ, I went ahead and sent the screenshots through email. That way you don't have to wait to be accepted in your... Okay, I appreciate that, Cassie. Thank you so much, seriously. And I really was going to get to it. We're just, I'm probably going to have to get to it tomorrow. I was going to try and join the Facebook group, but if it's really creepy, seriously, I'd rather not. I'll just go ahead and accept the screenshots. And like I said, even if I can't get that stuff, I do have my show from a couple days ago where we went through we went through all sorts of documents that night. And so honestly, I probably should split them up and make highlights out of them going through the documents. But seriously, if anybody thinks that there's anything, because I always get emails from you guys telling me I need to make shorts about stuff I come up with or theorize or you know, do my cray cray as Cherry says. I don't know what I say is interesting, and I don't know what, you know, I'm just in the organic phase of it, and I don't know, my mind's too busy on like making sense of shit. So if you guys think that there's anything interesting I have to say, or there's something you think I should throw out there, just send me what episode and send me a timestamp, and then what you think I said was interesting or something, and then I can always go to my Twitch and make a short out of it that way, and throw it up on YouTube whenever I get home. It wouldn't take long. Like if you guys think there's something interesting, I can just go to that timestamp. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Boom, boom. Take me 10 minutes. It's up. But I used to rewatch all my episodes when I started doing the show. And really, there's so much time involved with that. And then for the show, and then everything outside beyond the show. I maybe rewatch maybe 45 minutes of my own shit, and then after that it's on to the next day or whatever. So yeah, if there's anything you guys, just send me like what episode and what timestamp, and I'll definitely do it. So it was also very, very fast. They like initially figured. So pretty much these last weeks were mere theater. That's what it sounds like. Hey, what's up, Mel Mac? How you doing tonight? Still can't get over he left the damn yeah. I don't know. I think it was with the struggle. And he was so physically exhausted. His awareness was just and I feel like he had no idea where in the hell that was at. The last time I'm popping in, Tiny Heathen is going to... All right. Well, I'm going to have to end the show here in a few minutes. What an episode tonight. I knew I had to get on early. I'm glad I did. Thank you guys so much for sending me all those links. You took the preparation out of the equation for me, and I couldn't be any more grateful for that, because I literally had 6 minutes to do an hour's worth of work. And so because of you, we made this a 4.5 hour stream. I was able to get through everything. And thank you. Did he get his shower? Yeah, you better get off. Damn, you've been hopping in the last time a couple times, Cassie. I will get into those pictures tomorrow, okay? And there's other stuff we need to get into, because there's other emails I haven't even got into because of this. But we already knocked this thing out tonight. It's already, we went through it all. We're going to start doing some catch up tomorrow. We're going to start creating some more brain stew about some different things. And then I'm probably tomorrow night, I know I keep saying it every freaking night, but every freaking night we got so much to talk about. Tomorrow night, I'm hoping we can get into these vegan, I've been saying it for a week, I know, get into these vegan serial killers who committed acts of cannibalism. I need names. I need research. I need to look at it, and I need this thing to start going. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure this shit out. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to end up finishing the last couple minutes of this video, and then I'm going to go ahead and end it for the evening. And then we'll be back tomorrow. I might get down early again. I'll let you know. And you'll get a link at least 2 hours before if I am going on early. So I'm hoping you guys are getting the notifications too. I know YouTube. Right here, let me play this and go through these comments. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. You guys are awesome.
Really briefly talk about this because I thought this was another big revelation. We learned some background history on the defendant as well, didn't we? We learned about his interest in criminology. I know there was a Reddit post that was interesting as well. Can you tell our viewers, our listeners, what we learned about his interest and background?
I think it's really interesting about the Reddit post that
it's all good, Cassie. Seriously, I appreciate it. I will definitely reward the effort. We'll go through those. If there's no breaking when I get on, that'll be the first stuff we go through, okay?
they cited that in the affidavit because that is one of the first things
I know.
when we started looking for information.
I knew what she
after
meant.
We learned his name last Friday, and it was this a survey that had been posted asking for criminals to respond or people who had committed
Oh my
crimes to
gosh,
talk
you
about
guys are
their
crazy.
Emotions. And I found
I
that to
appreciate
be
you
really,
guys, SRB.
Interesting.
Thank
that
you
the
so much.
police
It was so nice.
Found that was worth mentioning.
I was like, when I came home and I saw all the links and stuff, I was like, they have no idea how much I appreciate it. Seriously.
In the probable cause affidavit.
Thank you so much
and
for
I want to
being
know
here.
why they felt that was important, talking about the emotions that people feel, what they're trying to get at when they put that in the probable cause affidavit. Obviously, criminology. We know that he was a PhD student studying that. We know from talking to students.
I know. I've heard from a lot of lawyers too, Melmac, that this is slam dunk. This is ironclad. And then I go through this affidavit and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. Thank you guys so much. You guys make it wonderful. Come on now.
Sales University. He had taken undergraduate classes, one taught by Catherine Ramsland.
Good night, Phantom.
Who
Thank you so
specializes in
much.
Serial killers.
Thank you,
So
Co.
we learned.
Good night, Mama Bear.
The police were on to all of this, and I think another funny thing about this, or not
Bruin,
funny,
thank
say,
you so
but
much.
Interesting thing is that the whole time they were telling us they didn't have a suspect, they were on to him. They were on to him in November, late November.
Good night.
So
Thank
I thought
you.
that was another interesting part of this.
Yeah, I agree, because that goes into more of the idea of motive, the motivation, what would have led someone to do this. What we didn't get from this affidavit very clearly is the why. Maybe we'll get that later.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen them for a while either. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Later on, but right now, we just understand what led police to ultimately arrest Mr. Kohberger. Phil Waters and Jeanette Levy, thank you both so much for taking the time.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
What this song needs is more cowbell. I love that SNL skit. That was so funny. Will Ferrell's one of my favorite comedians. If you didn't hit that like, thank you so much, SRB. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, Bruin, even though you were just able to listen. Silky Southern Tea, I know you're just chilling back listening at work. I appreciate you. Even if you're just listening, because I do that too during the daytime. I'm listening at work myself, and I'm not always able to get to chat. Totally understand it. Seriously. I haven't researched anything, so tomorrow may be a little early on the vegan talk. Ooh, are you going to look up some vegan serial killers that turned to cannibalism? because I need research. I got 4 names right now. I got Robert Fry, Christian Gilbert, Harold Shipman, and Eileen Warnos. I can't pronounce her last name. I thought about it, was sleeping last night, and I could not think of a single one. Oh, thank you. No, well done for being so cool, chick, Tracy. I appreciate you. No, it's not excellent job, CJ. I just report the news to you guys. The breaking stuff and, the brain stewing stuff, it's you guys that are, I mean, geez, the chat just goes crazy. You guys are so welcoming and supportive. Everybody that's new to the channel comes in and are like, man, good job to everybody for you guys. And then plus you guys helped me out tonight. I didn't even have to do prep. It was all right there for me. I was like, wow. And I was so appreciative too, because seriously, I had 6 minutes of actual free time from when I got home, got done doing the stuff I needed to do to be able to then sit down and relax. And I got 6 minutes before I had to do the show. So seriously, thank you, because it literally takes me an hour, 45 minutes to go through the whole last 24 hours of all of my sources that I get stuff from, just to be able to have the show. And there's no way I could have done it tonight. I knew I had to get on early because there was so much stuff to cover. And I always feel like I'm getting off early every night. And I just wanted to make sure that with everything that came out today, I wanted to make sure that it was 150% tonight. And you guys gave me the 150% for me to do my 150% tonight, because without your 150%, there's no way I could have did my 150%. It would have been 75. That's no lie. Thank you. I appreciate that, Melmac. Thank you, Cuz Chick. I appreciate you being here too. It takes a village to raise a YouTube channel. Thank you, ATS. I was just, man, we were just watching some video on Law and Crime Network about, they were like, yeah, this guy came out with it first, that this was somehow connected to military. And I was like, bullshit. Y'all need to be having ATS news online, Law and Crime Sidebar. And then say the same shit about her, because she was the one saying it was connected to military shit before I even thought it was connected to military shit. That's who you need to have on Law and Crime Sidebar. Some ATS news on your ass. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Damn, I can't wait to get back on until... I wish I could just snap my finger and it's showtime again. I miss you guys. I really do. I can't wait to get back on tomorrow. And let's chat. Let's get some vegan. I keep saying it every night the last week. Hopefully tomorrow night, vegan serial killers that started committing cannibalism research. Fingers crossed. I know I've been saying it every night. I'm sorry, but there's been so much shit to talk about. So we'll get that figured out. We'll go through the links that you guys send me. Anything you want to send me that you feel is relevant or interesting, it doesn't even have to do with this case. It could be something local. It could be something cool. Whatever, just, whatever you feel like it. I need to figure out if there's a way we can have a community folder that I can pick from on YouTube, and we can just kind of go from there. That way I kind of get a little bit of what everybody would like to talk about. Just no politics, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not up on the politics shit, but I do vote. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Hope you have a peaceful and positive evening. I appreciate you so much, and I can't wait to be back on tomorrow. I'm excited to have some more of this brain stew and see what it smells like. It's good stuff.